we still have a sense of responsibility towards people all over the planet. And that sense of responsibility is what makes us global citizens. Today, if there's a suicide bomber in Jerusalem or a genocide in Rwanda, we can see it on the TV and on the internet. So it's really easy to know what's going on everywhere. And we live in a global community that grows bigger every day. And that brings some challenges. Today, I'm going to present some of the ethical challenges global citizens face and how we can be better prepared to address these challenges. So we see many times people from different cultures having diverse opinions about what is right or what is wrong. During our lives, it is likely that we'll experience some kind of encounter that will make us question our own values. So ethics, since ethics is a system of subjective moral beliefs, it is natural for cultures to have diverse moral values. Some of the ethical challenges we face today include child marriage, child labor, inequality, sexist laws, racism, environmental issues, and many others. Some of the more contemporary ethical problems we face include online privacy, population controls, programming, and even the programming of self-driving cars. So how can we as global citizens address these challenges? Today I'm going to talk about two of the philosophical moral theories that originated in order to address moral conflicts. The first one is utilitarianism. Utilitarianism is part of consequentialism, and as the name suggests, it focuses on the consequences of our actions. So they argue that we should pursue those actions that will bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest number of people. For example, would you sacrifice someone's life in order to save 100? Would you? No? You would? Some people would. And utilitarianism can be very helpful, but it can also be very controversial. For example, you could justify child labor by arguing that making that child work will bring the income for that family, and therefore will bring the greatest amount of happiness for that family. So yeah, it can be very controversial. On the other hand, we have the deontological theories, and they argue the complete opposite, which is actions are not morally right or morally wrong because of their consequences, but because the action itself is a moral violation. So, and they also focus on the obligation of our actions. So for example, repaying a debt or keeping a promise are obligations, therefore they're morally right actions. Kant believed that moral rules should be based on pure reason. He believed in the idea of a categorical imperative, rules that we must follow regardless of our desires and with no exceptions. So in the scenario where you would sacrifice someone's life to save another 100, he would say no, that would be wrong, because the action itself of killing someone is morally wrong. So therefore we shouldn't do that. According to Kant, I should never act in such a way that I could not also will that my maxim should be a universal law. So what does that mean? That means that if you do something, you have to accept that everyone else can do the same thing with no exceptions. So that's why Kant thought that we should never lie. So wouldn't it be great if we could use Kant's ideas to universalize some moral basic standards? So we did try to do that. In 1948, the United Nations published the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which were basically 30 articles that included the right to equality, the right to life, privacy, freedom of expression, and even the right to seek a safe place to live. So how come we have so many problems today still? We see on the TV all the time people trying to seek a safe place to live, and they die on the way of doing that. So when the UN published the Human Rights Declaration and the countries signed it, it wasn't mandatory for them to enforce them. So it was optional. So the UN still does not have the power and the authority to enforce human rights. So in order to make human rights a reality, citizens must pressure their nations to enforce these rights. In addition to the philosophical approaches and human rights, there's two concepts that I think are very important when we're talking about this, which are cultural humility and mindfulness. Cultural humility is having an interpersonal stance that is other-oriented rather than self-focused. So basically, respect others. It's very cliche, but we still have to say it. And you gotta respect other people and treat people equally, even though they have diverse opinions or their culture are different. Just because their culture is different doesn't mean you can feel superior towards them. And also being mindful. Being mindful is trying to understand people's perspective and where they're coming from. Whether we like it or not, we are all rational. So there must be a reason why we act the way we do. So trying to understand that is very important. In conclusion, there are many ethical challenges we face today as global citizens. Some philosophical moral theories try to address these challenges in order to create solutions for them. In addition, people need to try to be mindful towards one another in order to come with more solutions. And we have to keep the conversation open to address these challenges and be better prepared to address them. Thank you.
Does anybody have questions? Yeah, any questions for Gabriella?
What can we as global citizens do to make sure that the human rights that were presented by the UN are in fact enforced not only for us but for others as well?
That's a really good question. I think just pressuring our nations, because we have so many powerful tools available to us in this generation, such as social media and the internet. So if we start publishing about it and saying we want change and we want human rights to be enforced, I think that's the way to go, in my opinion.
What do you believe we can do in our everyday life and how we interact with others?
In everyday life? Well, I believe to address these challenges, or?
Well, it's kind of spread the idea of human rights.
Oh, okay. I guess just talking about it in our daily lives. Yeah, some people don't really understand human rights and how it was published, like which country signed it, and that actually the UN doesn't have the power to enforce them, but some countries do enforce them, which is good. But I think just talking about it and making the information as public as possible. Yeah, thank you.
Other questions? Go ahead.
You presented two different philosophers. I think one was Kant and the other was.
I didn't present. I presented utilitarianism,
yes.
But I didn't.
The greatest happiness principle.
Yeah.
But I'll a bit contradictory because the greatest happiness principle says that do something that's the best for the majority of people, and regardless of what the minority goes through.
Yeah.
But Kant says, do for others what you would do for yourself, which means that everyone should get equal percentage of whatever's going on.
I would say equal percentage of everything, but definitely the basic ones. So yeah, so they're very different, and I think they can contribute a lot, but they also have their controversies, both of them. And I think it's interesting because human rights seems to me that goes more into Kant's ideas, because some things that are morally wrong because the action itself is morally wrong, not because of the consequences. So yeah.
Thank you.
Gabrielle. If you could just, you spoke about Kant and the categorical imperative and utilitarianism. Do you have an opinion about any particular theory that helps us better than another with our
I
roles?
think I'm a little biased towards the deontological theories, because I think if people are obligated to follow some basic rules, we could achieve more instead of just following the utilitarianism kind of point of view. Because you could justify so many controversial things with utilitarianism, such as one of the cases we saw, the United States basically did this nuclear bomb on an island, the Bikinis, and they justified by saying, yeah, but it's just a small part of humanity, and all the greatest things we got from that are justifiable because it's the greatest amount of happiness for the greatest number of people. But yeah, I think the Kant's ideas are better, I would say, than utilitarianism.
Okay. I think you have a question here.
So I mean, this whole thing is talking about human rights, but besides the UN, really, like, who determines what is and isn't a right?
Yeah, that really depends on the culture and the country. So I think that's the problem. Like, the major problem is not being everyone agreeing, oh, these are human rights that every country should follow. So that's the biggest problem for me. And the UN is the biggest organization right now that could solve this problem, in my opinion. Thank you.
I'm gonna not butcher the names of our next presenters right here.
Sign sheets are over here, guys. Just make sure everybody's signed in. I can pass it to you guys. Just make sure you sign one.
Yeah. We'll be so technical. You guys have an issue section. Are you guys ready to go?
Yeah.
This is going to be interesting. Parent, to be or not to be. And you got somebody to word your slides. While the presenters are presenting, let's all focus our attention forward, as in, get off your crack devices and look ahead and be thinking of questions that you want to ask when the presentations are finished and now you guys are on. So,
First off, we'd like to thank everyone for attending the D2CD Student Philosophical Conference and being here. So thank you very much. First things first, my name is Yusha Qureshi. I'm a philosophy student with Dr. Nancy.
Hi, my name is Isra. And my name is Isra Qureshi, and we're all in Professor Manzi's philosophy classes.
So as you might have guessed, we're siblings, not triplets. They're twins. I'm the middle child. So a little about us is why we chose this topic is because we've been through so many different parenting styles throughout our journey. And it began in Pakistan, where we were born. Then we moved to Saudi Arabia, the Middle East. And then because of our dad's business, we had to move all over the Middle East. So that gave us a very diverse culture and a very different societal background as compared to someone who grows up in one specific area. And that's why we chose this topic about parenting. And we wanted to kind of take a artistic and theatrical take to it. That's why we put in the quote, to be or not to be, because it's, after all, presented by the Fine Arts and Humanities Department. So what is our theory exactly about parenting? We say that a society is made up of individuals who then get married and then give birth to other individuals. At this point in case, who and what governs the right of the parents over the child? So we argue that in order to cater to the rights, the parents must have a sense of ownership. And no, we don't mean any form of slavery or anything like that. It's just a sense of ownership. So Isra will discuss about the philosophers and the theory of ownership as we dive deep into details.
All right, for short people, we gotta pull this down a little. Okay, so according to Kant and Aristotle, they all are in support of parents providing for the kids as if it's their obligation and not only their right to provide for the kids, but it's the right of the children to deserve services or things from their parents, like care or like shelter, like food and stuff like that. So Kant and Aristotle both agree on this topic, or both agree on this aspect, that the parent-child relationship is a kind of relationship where a parent is obligated to provide for the child, where the parent has to take care of the child no matter what. And if we move forward, we can dive more deeper into what our theory is.
Okay, so what exactly do we mean by ownership? First things first, as I mentioned before, just so we're clear, we don't mean any form of slavery or having the right to own or govern someone. This is just a sense of ownership. And that's a point that become more clear as we move on. So the first point, it says that to truly have ownership over something, you must have to have love, care, and other emotions for it. And let me take you into an example, because that kind of seems a bit vague. So how many of us have a cell phone in here? Everyone does. And what happens if you drop your cell phone?
no.
That mini heart attack, that's your sense of ownership. Now let's take it to a more something alive. A pet baby. What happens when the pet gets hurt, is sick, isn't behaving the way it's supposed to? That sense you have in your heart, that's the sense of ownership. That's the same thing a true parent should have for their child, because that is the time, then and only when, a parent can care for their child. Because as we say, that the hierarchy of need, Maslow's hierarchy of need, it suggests that there should be some basic needs and wants that the child should be given in order for them to be truly autonomous individuals in the future. And that, in summary, it means to care for something is to have love for it. To have love for it is to have pride over it. To have pride over it means that you have some form of ownership to it, just like your phone or the pet. You have a sense of ownership to it, but you don't actually own it. So we'll move ahead and see what Kant's theory, or what Maslow's hierarchy says. You, sir?
So the paradigm would be that without the foundation that the parents put for the child at an early age, the child can almost never succeed or become successful or have a self-actualization of himself. Basic needs are basically split into two parts, which is psychological, physiological needs, which is food, water, shelter, proper rest, and then safety needs, which is security and safety. So Maslow's hierarchy of needs talks about, he uses the basic needs as a foundation for the structure or journey of becoming self-aware or self-actualizing, to becoming autonomous. Zoom in. So he used the diagram of a pyramid and split it into three main parts. One being the basic needs, which talks about safety needs and the physiological needs that I covered earlier. The next step would be the psychological needs, which is self-esteem and the love and care that you get from your family and friends, which is important. The last one can only be attained, the self-fulfillment can only be attained once you have psychological and basic needs covered. So as children, at this part, so it actually amazed us when we were doing this research. It amazed us to see that Maslow uses safety and physiological needs as basic needs, because it shows that Maslow had foreseen that parents play a really crucial part in the upbringing of a child, and then that child becoming an individual. So as children, since children are not yet autonomous, they learn everything and anything about society, about the world, from the prison of their parents. So for example, when parents tell their children to be at home at a certain curfew, it's basically their fulfillment of the safety needs, because they want to make sure that the child is secure, they're safe back home. The next one, for another example, would be when parents tell the children to go to bed early. The children may not want to go to bed, they may want to watch Cartoon Network or something. But it's basically for the child's own good, because they want to make sure that the child is properly rested so that they can wake up in the morning happy and not cranky, and they can go through their day. So when we were doing our research, we came across many religions, and these are some of the few that were really, really prominent on everything, so we just chose these. But it's basically to show that every society needs a structure to function properly, most of which is derived from some sort of religion. So some of the common similarities in Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Judaism are all of these religions teach parents how to be a parent. They tell them to provide for their child, provide for their food, shelter, and education. They also teach that they should be kind and loving and caring towards their child and respect the child and not just abuse them. And in conclusion, I believe Isra will be able to summarize it for you.
Alright, so and in summary, in short, we're just trying to say that in order for you to be able to take care of a child, it doesn't have to be a biological child, so long as you have that sense of ownership for that child, so long as you feel that I love that child, or I'll do anything for him. That kind of sense comes because of the sense of ownership you have on the child. And that's reaffirmed by different philosophers, that's reaffirmed by different religions. Not only because it's necessary for the structure of the society, but it's necessary to make those individuals who will in future become part of that society. So it's kind of like a cycle that parents are kind of initiating whenever they bring a newborn into the world. So I believe that covers a lot of points. The limitation?
I just want to go over that there are 195 countries in this world. 195. Imagine how many parents there are, and now imagine the cultural diversity. And from that diversity, the parent picks up their preferred parenting style and teaching style. So we discussed about parenting and ownership and everything, but we never discussed about what the limitations are. The limitations are actually set by Maslow. Because it says if you provide the basics, food, shelter, water, warmth, blah, 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 education and all that, That's the very basic need. Then comes the psychological needs, which means the child should be loved, cared for, should have the sense of belonging. Because if that part is missing, the child tends to go into depression, suicidal thoughts, drugs, alcohol, bad friends, bad environment, and that does not create an autonomous individual. So by combining these two Maslow's laws or the pyramid pieces, you get the very top portion, which in turn brings out the true autonomous person that a child can be. And then the limitations, because their parents not always follow that. One parenting style, especially in the East and the Middle East, flip-flops. Flip-flops. Ever been hit with a flip-flop? So you all know where I'm coming from. And it wasn't that the parent is abusive, it's their preferred method of discipline. I've only been hit once in my life, and that was enough. My dad had been hit once in his life. That was enough. Why? Because we chose not to go to school on that. And now every day I'm here just because of that one fear of a flip-flop. Some people choose to give timeouts for something minute, like you make litter in the house, you're in timeout. You don't obey your parents, no TV for 30 minutes. And those are all disciplines that vary. But the actual limitation and boundaries comes in when those limitations are actually abused. Flip-flop, once in a lifetime, doesn't matter, that was the discipline, now the child's fixed. But what happens when that flip-flop is over and over and over and over again? Those are the limitations that are set by Maslow. And then, out of everything, which parenting style is the best in the end? There is no best parenting style, because it differs. There's so much diversity. It depends on each individual, on how they were brought up, and what society they represent. Because in some cultures, it's really, really bad to hit your child, and others, it's okay to smack them once or twice. So those are the difference. As long as those boundaries are not crossed, that's the best parenting method. Thank you.
Any questions? Go ahead.
So as far as when you were mentioning the two parts of Maslow's pyramid, as far as the physiological and the psychological, one thing that I kind of had in my head was, what about those kids that did have those two foundations, but they ended up veering towards bad environments? Because there are those children that they were born with, they had everything, and they also had loving parents and a great environment in the house, but there have been a lot of individuals that still stow away from that environment and go towards grow bad. Like, how would you say that that's still a sense of autonomy?
Yes, that's where your autonomy would come in. That's, you said it yourself, that individual. It's not me. It doesn't mean that the parent was, because of the lack of the parent, is the child, that's the way the child turned out. It's the child's own decision at the end in terms of which side do they want to choose, or how do they want to exercise their autonomy. Because at the end of the day, autonomous individuals have the right to make their own decisions, whether it be good or bad. So in those terms, even if all these basic needs are provided, or even if the things are followed step by step, it's no guarantee that the child is going to turn out as a good, contributing, autonomous individual to the society, because at the end of the day, it's the child's own decisions, where once the child matures into adulthood and becomes an individual, it's their own choice. How do they want to lead their life, and versus how do they further want to upbring their children. So in those terms, does that answer your question?
Yeah. I have a follow-up question though. So what if that individual chose to be autonomous in a bad way? Would you, but the parents were able to fulfill those foundations, would you still consider that as bad parenting? They were able to fill those two foundations, but the individual still chose a negative autonomy. So would you consider those parents to be bad parents?
No, because at the end of the day, once those needs are fulfilled, the parents' obligations are completed, or the parents' part of the job is done. The next comes the cognitive thinking of the own child, because we've seen so many cases where kids fall into drug abuse and alcoholism, not because they were neglected at home or not because they were abused, but just because they chose to have wrong kind of people around them, or they chose to be in the wrong circles. So, and the best thing the parents can do for those children is just put them in therapy, or further put money towards their recovery, and this child still chooses not to acknowledge that and still do whatever they want as an individual or as an autonomous person. So in those terms, I wouldn't consider those parents bad parents, because they've done their part of the job in terms of following those hierarchical needs that are there for the development of the child.
Just in addition to that, the psychological step actually is not just family, it's friends and family. So regardless of how the family is treating the child, the friends or the atmosphere that the child is growing up in also affects the child. Have you ever, I'm pretty sure most of our parents have said that, but has your parent ever told you that, hey, don't hang out with this kid, he's not good for you? That's parents telling you not to do this, and you autonomously chose to be with that certain people. So it's not entirely on the parent, but also on the child to think logically and rationally. Any other questions?
I have a question. It sounds like the overall goal of parenting is to promote autonomy in their young. And that seems to be the standard by which we're evaluating whether or not parenting is effective, is if the child is able to become autonomous. But what if you are parenting a child for whom autonomy is not going to be an option ultimately? Does that alter the way in which you approach parenting? Does it alter the objectives and thereby the method? Or can we still utilize Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
That's a great question, and that's something that came up to me as we were preparing the presentation. Specifically, the special needs children, mentally or physically disabled. Those individuals do not qualify as rational individuals, because the meaning of autonomy is self-governing. Self-governing means you choose everything that you do in your life. And if someone is mentally unstable, they are no longer autonomous, which means they cannot be put into this category. Hence, the parenting still continues even after the age of maturity, which in American standards is 18, in European standards it could be 16 or 21, varying, and in Middle East, until you get married. So mentally disabled or physically disabled because they're still dependent. They cannot be truly autonomous because of genetics. That's why that is a small loophole that does not fit into Maslow's theory.
What about the physically disabled? You had mentioned them as well, but are they not autonomous?
They can be autonomous if the severity is not that much. I have a friend, he doesn't have the entire left arm, but he does everything on his own. He lives alone, he drives his car, he does everything. And he does qualify as an autonomous individual because he had the basics that the Maslow's principle presents. That sure acts as a boundary, as an obstacle, but that does not limit him from achieving what he wants to. If he wants to draw, he can use his other arm. There are artists out there on Facebook and everything who don't have both arms, but they draw with their feet or with other body parts. So specifically speaking, people who cannot make cognitive decisions, they do not qualify as autonomous individuals.
Yeah, or maybe if I could just add a little something. Because I think you got it. I love that response. I think it was very well thought out. It seems like maybe autonomy is relative to the situation. So perhaps the goal of parenting, even in the cases of those who are not fully competent rationally or physically don't have everything that maybe others do, you could still, as a parent, find a way to promote autonomy in whatever way that it can manifest. And if it's, in some very severe cases where autonomy seems all but a lost cause, one need not, I think, abandon hope, because what's autonomous for one person is not going to be the same as what's autonomous for a different person if we're operating at different levels of personhood. So, yeah, it's this funny thing where you were like, we're not talking about, people being enslaved and stuff like that when it comes to ownership. But I would imagine if you're parenting somebody for whom, the full, more robust version of autonomy is simply not an option, autonomy for a person in that position might simply be being able to do basic things. And that could be considered a success if a parent is able to cultivate that in their young. Yeah, I think it's very consistent with what you're saying.
Any other questions?
So, according to the pyramid, their most basic need is food. So, if a parent cannot provide food for a child, if they will they ever be self-actualized or autonomous?
That's a great question, and that does hinder them from being autonomous and being able to achieve the self-governing part, because that one thing will always remain in their mind that, I'm just not good enough. That's why I don't have even the basics. So that's something Isra better feels in, and I believe she can answer your question better.
You do give her food. So I think the answer to that question would be that eventually once a child reaches adulthood, that hunger or that kind of a thing would always be an imprint in the back of his head in terms of I will never be at that stage again. And that kind of hinders them in truly being autonomous because they would mostly be governed by fear in terms of, I should never do this, anything that would cause me not to have food or not to have go to bed hungry. Get it? Does that answer your question? It does. It may produce an autonomous individual, but over the long term or in the long run, if you truly want to see that if that person is self-autonomous or is considered autonomous or not, he may not be considered autonomous depending on how they were exposed to this kind of a problem where the basic needs could not have been fulfilled. Like we see with children who are in orphanage or those children who are waiting to be adopted, those children are always hindered by the fact that I was never wanted, that's why my real parents never wanted me or something like that. And that kind of always keeps them on a bad front with others that I'm always disprivileged than everyone else or I'm not the same as everyone else. So in those terms, it kind of limits the person's own ability. They limit themselves at what I can and can't do. Does that answer your question? Yes?
Two questions for you. One, are any of you parents yourselves?
No, we're not.
None of you are parents yourselves?
No, sir.
Yeah, the second question is, are your parents still together?
Yes.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, we three autonomous individuals choose to live with our parents because our parents are like early 50s, late 40s, so that the age factor hinders them from being truly autonomous and working 8 to 12-hour shifts. So we as contributors try to pitch in and help them with the rent, with the groceries, with as much as we can because they gave us the basics at the pyramid, which helped us reach the top. So now we're kind of reversing the foundation and helping them back towards that level where they're supposed to be.
Sure. I'm just trying to understand your perspective as not being parents and having parents that are together. Some of those are luxuries. Autonomy are a luxury if you got a full household, a functioning household. You can worry about those things. Some people worry about putting food on the table. So
that's a very good
perspective.
That's a very good perspective, and we thank you for that. And we did think about this, that what about those who come from broken homes, or what about those who did not choose how their parents were going to live, or who did not choose where were they going to be born. In those terms, these obligations still apply because the parents are the adults and the parents need to worry about these kind of things. It is not the child's purpose to worry about these things, not until they're at least an adult or at least they start rationalizing on why the world works the way it does. Because if they're exposed to it at a very early age, either we make them grow up too quickly, or we make them hate life to the point where they start questioning their existence in terms of why was I born this way, or why was I born in such conditions. So in those terms, I think our standpoint would still be the same, that either ways it's the parents' obligations, no matter what, to ensure that at least the two basic needs are met at all times. To ensure that at least when the child is old enough to understand, they are able to understand why my parents did what they did, or why my parents were the way they were. Does it help, or does it answer the question?
No, that's excellent, thank you.
Any other questions?
All right, well, thanks, guys.
Where's Ethan?
Right here.
Oh, okay. Ethan, nice to meet you. Do you have anything that's going to be presented up there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you want to run up there to set up. Ethan, you ready to go? Everything?
Everyone else is.
Yeah, we're ready. Sounds like it's going to be a happy
Yeah.
topic. We're looking forward to it.
I'll do my best to keep it a little lighthearted.
Okay, we'll make some jokes.
Hey y'all, my name is Ethan Bond. I'm a freshman here at Richland. I'm a philosophy major, hopefully transferring to Texas Tech for the fall. First of all, before I get started, I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to present, and for all of you for coming to see all of us present. So as you can see, the title is The Human Response to Tragedy. I mean, if you haven't noticed, we've got a kind of a messed up world at the moment. And so I thought that it needed a more philosophical response. So does anybody else in the room like Charlie Brown? Like the old Charles Schultz comics or the movies or whatever? All right, I love Charlie Brown. Charlie Brown Christmas, one of my favorites. Charlie Brown, if you haven't noticed, is kind of the eternal pessimist. Like no matter what happens, it's always something bad. I mean, look at Charlie Brown Thanksgiving, all right? Very beginning of the movie, Lucy is telling Charlie Brown that, you know, kicking the football is like the Thanksgiving Day tradition. He has to kick the football. And so she tells him that she'll hold the football and he can run up and kick it. And what does Lucy do? As soon as he runs up, she pulls the ball away. He lands flat on his back and kills himself, as he puts it. But that kind of sours the rest of Charlie Brown's day, along with a bunch of other events. Look at Charlie Brown Christmas. Charlie Brown gets the small tree instead of the big shiny aluminum one. Everyone ridicules him for it, and then he's again put in a bad mood. But the yin to Charlie Brown's yang is Linus, who's the eternal optimist. Every single time Charlie Brown seems to be down, Linus comes around and gives him words of advice in order to cheer him up. In this day and age, Linus is what we should all strive to be. We should all strive to be optimists. But more than that, in this world, how should we respond when things are worse than just a football is pulled away or we pick the wrong tree? How should we respond when there's actual tragedy in the world? And so the answer to that simply would be by never doing harm and by not holding a grudge. So we need to look at, first of all, the bad things that happen in this world currently, and also in the bad things that have happened throughout the writings of certain philosophers and great men. And then secondly, the common man's response to that, and then finally, the excellent response to that, which is how we should respond. So, first of all, the world is, as I said, a pretty messed up place. First of all, going back to the writings of Plato. Now, in case you don't know, all of Plato's writings are done in the form of dialogues. Now, these are dialogues between Socrates and certain other individuals. So I decided to focus on the Credo. Little background for the Credo. This is about 3000 BCE in Athens. Basically what's happened is that Socrates has been thrown in jail for doing things, for charges such as corrupting the youth, which if anyone actually knows the things that Socrates said, they weren't corrupting at all. They were instead only trying to gain more and new knowledge. But this is a time that many would describe as a golden age in Athens. The problem with this is that although the city was doing well, the people were not. The people themselves were acting highly unjustly as they had collectively decided to throw Socrates in jail on trumped up charges. Now, these unjust actions of individuals ended up spiraling downwards. The unjust actions of individuals in Athens and in Sparta and in Phoebus and in other great Greek cities caused a huge division between these Greek city-states. And in the end, because they were only able to unite in certain periods of time, that was one of the contributing factors that ended up leading Greece to be conquered by Alexander the Great. Another great man that we have to look at is Sir Thomas More. Sir Thomas More lived during the time of King Henry VIII when he was ruling. Now, King Henry VIII lived in the 1500s Common Era, and the Catholic Church during that day, there were only two branches of the church. There was the Roman Catholic Church and there was the Eastern Orthodox Church. This was before there was any Protestant movement, and the Catholic Church at that point was horribly corrupt. Now, the interesting thing about that is that not only was the church horribly corrupt, but also was the government. King Henry VIII was, let's say, not entirely sane, to put it in nice terms, but everyone else in the government would just go along with him, no matter what he said, because they were afraid of him, because he was crazy, because they were afraid to lose their heads, which, I mean, is understandable to an extent, but at the same time, you always have to have someone besides a yes man, and Henry VIII had no one but yes men. Now, to go on, there's also St. Augustine. St. Augustine lived in the, going back a little in time, in the 300s in the Common Era, and if you go by his writings, you hear a lot of adults talk about how terrible teenagers are now. Well, in actuality, they are no worse now than they were then. St. Augustine writes extensively throughout his Confessions about all the antics that he got away with and that he did. He ends up repenting for all of them, and that's the point of the Confessions. But when he was a teen, he was no saint then. And then, to bring in a little bit of fiction, philosopher Albert Camus wrote exclusively in the form of novels, which is interesting for a philosopher. But in his book, The Plague, which is set in the 1940s in the Algerian city of Oran, there is a resurgence of the bubonic plague. The interesting thing about that is that no one knows that it is the Black Plague, and because of that, there is no cure for it. The people, interestingly, it says that in the beginning of the book, before the plague even hits, that, quote, "The truth is that everyone is bored and devotes himself to cultivating habits. Our citizens work hard, but solely with the object of getting rich, and their chief interest is in commerce, and their chief aim in life is, as they call it, doing business." This sets up the story as, even when a great tragedy hits, these people don't really change substantially, if at all. Now, to go on a little further in history, the United States in the 1960s, that was the period, the setting for the great civil rights movement, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s writings and speeches. There was horrible racial injustice in the day, and although Brown versus the Board of Education in 1954 happened, starting the end of the whole separate but equal doctrine that was instituted by the Supreme Court earlier, it didn't end it. The American Civil Liberties Union even says that a group of Southern senators and congressmen presented a Southern manifesto asserting their intention to use every single legal tactic to resist desegregation. This is the time period and this is the setting for all this. But what's interesting is that whether fiction or nonfiction, we are no better today. In the United States, people of color and other minorities still face heavy discrimination. And we are seeing an era of political polarization almost never seen in the country before. Going on in other countries, it's just as bad. Venezuela, we only know about it because there is a huge power struggle politically today. You would never know otherwise that it has the worst economy in the world, according to Business Insider and Bloomberg. Now, South Africa is another great example of a country that is getting no press coverage despite being in a horrible state. They, according to the same source, have the second worst economy in the world. On top of that, for a country that says that we combat racism so heavily, we're not even talking about the racist apartheid government in South Africa, which seems a little hypocritical to me. But in all of these situations, what has been done? What has been the common response? In Athens, the common response wasn't just that people were ignoring the problem or doing nothing. The people were the problem. It was these people who got together and said we should convict Socrates for the whole. Now, a little bit about ancient Greek judicial proceedings. Basically, the court was a humongous jury. And so this humongous jury all got together and convicted Socrates and sentenced him to death. Going on in England at the time of King Henry VIII, people were all suck-ups. Literally, there was no one in King Henry's court that was not a yes man. And King Henry, when he declared himself head of the Church of England, he decided that everyone had to take an oath saying, yes, King Henry VIII is the leader of the Church of England, and reaffirming their allegiance to him both as the king and as the head of the church. Now, the Duke of Norfolk, who in the movie A Man for All Seasons about Sir Thomas More, is pretty much Sir Thomas More's best friend. He says, why must you stand out? It's disproportionate. Basically telling Sir Thomas More that you should just go along with it. All of the problems that you've seen from refusing to take the oath to the king will disappear. St. Augustine in his youth is the perfect example of the common man's response. He sees everything that you can do that seems fun at the time, and he goes along with it. He says in book 2 of his Confessions, at one time in adolescence, I was burning to find satisfaction in hellish pleasures. I ran wild in the shadowy jungle of erotic adventures. He did those immoral actions with his friends. His friends were not true friends, as they should be exhorting him and saying, hey, that's not what you should do. If you go back to Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, you'll see that. But instead, they were doing these actions with him. And they kept their own secrets in that little group, but surely this was not the only group doing these immoral acts. There had to be others, because this is a perfect example of how when the opportunity to do wrong exists, those who have ill will do it, simply because there's opportunity. And if you go on, going back to the fiction, or on in the plague, once the plague hit, people went about life. They were apathetic despite there being hundreds of dead rats in the street. Despite the fact that people started dying not long after, the people in Iran went about their life. They eventually began to help, but only after the situation became extremely dire. Now, what's interesting about this is that not only was most of the populace apathetic, but some even tried to cover it up. Several doctors who were getting government cut and the government itself decided that instead of health measures being taken, measures to cover up the problem and make their public image look good were more important than the public health of their people. Ricard said that, in his opinion, the great thing to do was not take an alarmist view, was said in a conference with a bunch of doctors and several government officials. Now, the not taking an alarmist view went even further to be not alarming the people or not letting anyone outside of the city know about their situation, even though at that point, people were dying in droves. United States in the 1960s. This is another perfect example of some were perpetrating the wrong and others were just complicit with it. Some in the 1960s, mostly in the South, were actively racist. Others, whether they were actively racist or not, some of them had these sentiments, others, even if they didn't, did not speak out and did not try to end this racism. Look at today. All too often, we Americans are apathetic. Look at our own country. So many people see discrimination based on race, gender, sexuality every single day, and we do nothing. Look at Venezuela. While Venezuelans are wrapped up in uncertainty over who they should follow as the head of their government, we Americans, we don't care enough. Now, the government talks big talk about we should do this, we should do that. It's morally right to do this, it's morally right to do that. In the end, a large load of nothing gets done. And like I said, South Africa gets no press coverage. We're not even talking about South Africa in a government that's arguably worse than Venezuela's, even though South Africa is the one who has a definite president. But what's the response of the few? Excellence. Those excellent few are who change the paradigm on the world in the past, and who will change the paradigm in the world today. Socrates refused to do injustice simply because it was done to him. In a day when revenge was not only legal, but also accepted and expected, Socrates wasn't interested in taking revenge. He says in Credo, for I am and always have been one of those natures who must be guided by reason, whatever the reason may be, which upon reflection appears to me the best. Now that fortune has come upon me, I cannot put away the reasons which I have before given. The principles which I have hitherto honored and revered I still honor, and unless we can find other and better principles on the instant, I am certain not to agree with you. No, not even if the power of the multitude could inflict many more imprisonments, confiscations, deaths, frightening us like children with hobgoblin terrors. What he's saying is that after his friend Credo comes to him and says, look, we have a plan to break you out of jail, move you and your family to another city, and you will be fine. Socrates says, but they've convicted me as a criminal even though I'm not. If I were to break out of jail, I would then be a criminal, because breaking out of jail is illegal, whether I was put here legally or not. On top of that, earlier in Plato's Apology, it was standard Greek judicial proceeding to where when the prosecution proposed a sentence, which they proposed death, that the opposition would also get to present what they thought would be a fair sentence, and then and then the jury would actually vote on which sentence they thought was better. Socrates said that his sentence should be free meals for life. Now this seems a little weird considering he was, the other alternative was death. But Socrates decided that the people of Athens, because he felt himself innocent, he felt that to suggest a sentence would be to tacitly admit that he was guilty. So he said, you guys should be thanking me. I am bringing up your youth. I am teaching people without asking exorbitant prices for it. So you guys should be feeding me instead of trying to sentence me to death. Sir Thomas More. Now, Sir Thomas More did not outright refuse anything, but he stayed silent about the oath because legally he could stay silent about the oath without seeing legal repercussions. He said that what matters when talking to the Duke of Norfolk in response to the Duke telling him that it was disproportionate for him to not take the oath, he says what matters is that I believe it. What he means by that is that it doesn't matter that it is believed. What matters is that it is his own personal conviction. The interesting thing about it being his own personal conviction is that those things he held to his entire life. And he wasn't about to end simply to suck up to a king. He put his morals before his political goals. He was Chancellor of the Kingdom, the second highest person in the kingdom under King Henry VIII, and because of this, he had to resign from his position. But that didn't stop him from holding to his personal beliefs. Because he believed that were he to take the oath and not believe it, that he would be lying. Because he said, what is an oath but words to God? If he is taking an oath and it is words to God, then he believed that he would be lying to God and doing anything else than taking an oath without being entirely certain in his belief in it. St. Augustine. Originally, he was the common man. He was the one perpetrating all of those immoral actions. He even records himself having sex in a church one time. Now, St. Augustine he was no saint as a teenager, but later on he became one. He changed his life and devoted himself to God, and it took a lot for him to get to that point. His best friend, who he put to a level of almost deification, died. And after looking around and trying to find life and happiness in anywhere else after his friend died, he ended up turning to God because of his mother. Now, St. Augustine turning to God is an anomaly in and of itself, as he was born out of wedlock. In that day, that was not done, and for anything to happen to him but him be shunned is crazy that it would happen in the first place. Going on, Dr. Roux is the main character in the play. Now, he is the one character in the play that actively looks for a cure, no matter what else happens. He continues to make house calls even after the plague begins. He goes to the house of a man who he's supposed to check on, finds themselves trying to commit suicide, cuts him down, and then tells him that instead of reporting him to the police, he's going to continue to check up on him to make sure that he's okay. Now, in that day, attempted suicide was a capital offense and was actually punishable by death in some cases, which, again, seems a little bit off. But he decided that he wasn't going to allow this man to throw his life away. And instead, he was going to help this man to get better. He tried to find a cure for the plague as soon as he knew it was happening. He kept going on, even though he ended up losing his wife as a result. He could have gotten out of the city and seen her and been with her until she died. But he instead decided that the town and the good of the many was better because that was his responsibility as a doctor. He knew the entire time that he could end up dying as well, but that didn't stop him. Look at Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He advocated for peaceful change. Now, that was a time when many fell into the same kind of revenge scheme that was common in Socrates' Athens. Many believed that there should be a violent uprising in order to equalize things. Dr. Martin Luther King decided that that was not a good idea. He says in a letter to the Birmingham jail, in a letter from a Birmingham jail, just as the prophets of the 8th century BC left their villages and carried their "Thus saith the Lord" far beyond the boundaries of their hometowns, and just as the Apostle Paul left his village of Tarsus and carried the gospel of Jesus Christ to the far corners of the Greco-Roman world, so I am compelled to carry the gospel of freedom beyond my own hometown. Dr. Martin Luther King was persecuted, thrown in jail, beaten, spat on, had every nasty thing imaginable said about him. But that didn't stop him because he believed that there should be equality, and he believed that it should be done peacefully, and he refused to stop until he was eventually murdered. He said in that same letter, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." He believed this so heavily that, just like those other men, he was not afraid to do whatever it took to achieve his end goal. You'll notice that that slide is blank. That's not a mistake. Today, we see too few excellent individuals. We see too few excellent people willing to stand up in the face of injustice and risk it all for justice. Now, this doesn't mean that all of us are helpless. Now, I can't name any names. There are some, but I can't name any names. There are, of course, those people who decide to go to other countries for humanitarian efforts. There are those who decide to volunteer their time. But unless there is a much more widespread bunch of change, we're not going to see any real change. Now, those who are those excellent individuals are those who are active, not just those who are talking. These days, all too often, we are willing to just get on Twitter and tweet out the hashtag #PrayForInsertTragedy without actually doing anything. And, some people are all too willing to, jump on a GoFundMe and, throw a few dollars just so it makes them feel good, which has been shown by many philosophers to simply be false charity. Too many people are afraid to take a stand, to be different, and to create change in the end. The human response to tragedy is generally apathy. And if it's not apathy, then it's doing things that in the end make the tragedy worse. This is a messed up world, but we have to be those excellent people. There's the old saying that it starts with one, and that's true. If it weren't for Dr. King, we may not see many more, if any more, civil rights in the world today. If it weren't for people like Sir Thomas More, we wouldn't have seen a legacy of someone who was in the end beheaded for their beliefs because they opposed a king who ended up marrying like 6 different women and killing most of them. We have to be those few. Our response should be to do no harm, as a Greek physician Hippocrates said, and then don't hold resentment against those who do harm. Because not only must we not do any harm, but by holding resentment, we are only hurting ourselves, and then we are also acting for the wrong reasons. Because if we are holding resentment and acting for the wrong reasons, then it's like that false charity. We are acting to try to make ourselves feel good, rather than to actually try and change the situation. We all have to be Linuses instead of Charlie Browns. We all have to be optimists. We all have to realize that even though mistakes are made, that we should do our best to fix them. And we can't be pessimists like Charlie Brown. Thank you.
behind time, so we're gonna take one question. We're gonna move on, and this hand was first, so you get to these one question.
All right. You brought up South Africa, which I thought was interesting because, like you said, most people don't talk about it as big. Most people think that their race problems ended in like the late 80s, early 90s. But what would you suggest to fix that? I mean, how could we, help a country that's on the literal other side of the world, and to a country that, by its own admission, by most of its citizens, doesn't want help. They want this to continue.
Well, as someone who knows several people from South Africa who left because of that, they do in fact want help, trust me.
The
but
people who are getting, unfortunately, the majority.
Yeah, the majority say they don't want help because they want to continue perpetuating these tragedies. South Africa's government is actually to a point where it is actually hunting out certain minority groups in the country, especially Asians, especially whites actually, because it's a black majority in South Africa. But the government's actively hunting them out, imprisoning them, sometimes killing them. The way that we can help in that country is by shedding light on it first, because the way that any issue is brought to the forefront and in the end changed is that first light is shed on it, and then people are able to, and then the entire globe goes, hey, that's not right. We're fighting that in our own countries. Why aren't they? And then in the end, I'm not advocating for any type of, specific, the United States needs to go in there and be the world's police, but that's why we have bodies like the UN. That's why there's the, I forget the specific name of the African League of Nations, but it's roughly equivalent to the EU or NATO or anything like that.
I have a quick follow-up. I know that you said that. I know that you said that we have to shine a light on these on all these tragedies, but but you kind of brushed off like the hashtags and everything, and people just talking and not being activists. But wouldn't you say that that's kind of shedding a light on it? That's kind of bringing awareness globally? I'm
not saying that those hashtags and things like that are necessarily bad. I mean, we've seen a whole lot of, for example, the Me Too movement is a perfect example of hashtag activism, which is what that's called, is hashtag activism. That's actually done a lot of good because it's shined light and then people have been active. The problem is it's all too easy to tweet out, hashtag pray for Venezuela, hashtag pray for Notre Dame, and we don't do anything after that besides that tweet. What I'm saying is that we first need to shed light. The tweets and the conversation are great, but they come to nothing if we don't act after that, is what I was trying to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you haven't signed in already, please make sure to sign in. The sign-in sheets are right there.
Wait, guys, Nicole's gonna present. I'll stay for you, Nicole.
Thanks for attending that.
Oh, the movie's been postponed till next Wednesday.
What?
Yeah, sorry, guys. Same time and place, just 1 Wednesday later. Basically, the International Film Series, their final showing was tonight.
I need to eat before mine.
So we're just going to
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah. I'll be back. I'm gonna eat first.
Yeah, whatever. I'm tired. You're gonna be back. Oh, I'm too late.
She's the closer.
Ooh, is there the class?
That's right. Yeah.
No, go tell me. What's that?
I am a philosophy teacher.
Hey, what's up, Chase? Hey, great presentation. Yeah. I want to apologize. I was trying to Instagram. I'm on YouTube. I don't know what I'm doing. So I hit the TV, and that's why I heard that sound.
No, it's definitely live. It's definitely live.
Okay, it's live now. Well done.
It's probably not. That's really pretty.
That's my fault.
I ended up fixing it in the last
I appreciate it. And well, thanks
Hello everyone, my name is Nicole Galvin, and I will be presenting an essay that I wrote for my philosophy class about rights and wrongs, the principles of freedom.
I wish you did 2 presentations.
Freedom can be defined as the ability to make a choice, act on it, and accept the natural consequences of that choice, as long as that choice does not violate the fundamental rights of others. As Ron Paul explains, quote, liberty means to exercise human rights in any manner a person chooses, so long as it does not interfere with the exercise of the rights of others. To simplify, freedom is the ability to do whatever you want, as long as you do not interfere with anyone else's ability to do the same, or infringe on their natural rights. According to Professor Ian Scoble from Bridgewater State University, quote, rights are moral concepts that establish the conditions within which we interact. This definition stems from the definition of freedom. In other words, rights are the basic privileges that govern the use of freedom. They are actions that we should always have free access to. We may not always use those rights morally, but the taking away of those rights, using force or the threat of force, is in and of itself an immoral action. There are two types of rights, legal rights and natural rights. Legal rights are given to us by the government, and in the United States, many of these are codified in the Constitution's Bill of Rights. Natural rights, on the other hand, are the fundamental rights that every human being should have access to by virtue of their humanity. According to Lawrence W. Reed, these are your natural rights. Quote, you have the right to your life unless compromised by taking or attempting to take that of another person without a self-defense justification, your thoughts, your speech, which is really a verbal or written expression of your thoughts, so long as you do not steal it from another without permission or credit, material property you are freely given, that you created yourself, or that you freely traded for, to raise and educate your children as you see fit, and live in peace and freedom, so long as you do not threaten the peace and freedom of others. Thomas Jefferson simplifies this list to the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, where the pursuit of happiness is, in its simplest definition, the right to accumulate knowledge and material possessions or property. If someone forcefully takes away someone else's life, that is murder. If someone forcefully takes away someone else's liberty, that is imprisonment. If someone forcefully takes away someone else's property, that is theft. These crimes are consistently labeled as immoral by the vast majority of the human race, because to perform one of these actions would be to deny another person an aspect of their humanity. Without life, people are just inanimate corpses. Without liberty, people are at the complete mercy of their captors. Without knowledge and property, people have no access to the resources they need to pursue the unique types of lives they choose. Critics of this philosophy would argue that people cannot always be trusted to make the best decisions for themselves. According to Gerald Dworkin, quote, the difficult problem that must be faced is whether one can give sense to the notion of a person irrationally attaching weights to competing values. Dworkin argues that sometimes people do not know or care enough about the risks they are taking, so the government must step in to protect them from causing potentially irreversible harm to themselves. He illustrates his point with the example of smoking, where someone who ignores the potential consequences of addiction and lung cancer would then be permanently damaged by those consequences. The act of smoking does not largely interfere with anyone else's freedoms, but since the government's primary purpose is to protect its citizens, shouldn't it be allowed to save smokers from destroying themselves? No. Because governments must allow people to make their own choices. Governments can create designated smoking and non-smoking areas to protect people from secondhand smoking, but they cannot, or at least should not, interfere with the use of cigarettes by adults. Consider, for example, the war on drugs. The United States of America has been fighting this war for over 100 years with little effect. However, Portugal legalized all drugs in 2001, And now, according to Abigail R. Hall and Kalia Preston, that country, quote, boasts one of the lowest drug usage rates in all of Europe. Portugal's number of combined drug users, which was at 100,000 before 2001, fell to half that number before 2011. Hall and Preston explained, quote, people are leaving the drug market and seeking treatment. As people get help for their drug use, the number of users, that is, the demand for drugs, falls. When the demand falls, drug suppliers find that their once lucrative enterprise no longer bears fruit. So they exit the market. The biggest problem with drugs is addiction. It is addiction which drives people to regularly demand drugs. But in a state where drug use itself is criminalized, people have no easy resource to seek help for their addiction. In contrast, since Portugal no longer throws people in jail at the slightest whiff of a drug, people can feel safe in going to the nearest hospital and seeking medical help for their addictions. Once the moral laws were removed, addiction could be treated as an illness instead of a crime. This approach was far more effective at reducing drug use than the moralistic drug laws. Ownership is having authority and control over something. If someone has ownership of someone else's body, for example, then the person who is owned would have to ask for permission every time they wanted to do something with it, which includes eating, sleeping, and moving around. Therefore, it stands to reason that individuals should have the right to self-ownership, where they are in control of their own bodies. If we allow government to forcefully restrict our freedoms for our own good, then when we are not violating the freedoms of anyone else, then we are basically saying that government has more authority over our own bodies than we do. John Stuart Mills argues, quote, that the only purpose for which power can be rightfully exercised over any member of a civilized community against his will is to prevent harm to others. His own good, either physical or moral, is not sufficient. We may not always make the most ethical choices with our bodies, but it is not the government's job to make sure we are always making the best choices. Often, in cases of potential self-harm, members of the society step in to give support and guidance, recognizing a need and voluntarily acting. If, for example, a person is under the influence of drugs or other addictive substances where they cannot be trusted to make the best decisions for themselves, then friends, family, support groups, and counselors can help rehabilitate them without depending on the steel arm of the government forcing anyone. In that way, the individual is protected and helped without losing their freedoms. A similar argument to Dawkins is advanced by Robert P. George. Quote, people become morally bad by yielding to vice, and they can be protected from the corrupting influence of powerfully seductive vices by laws that prohibit them. To the extent that moral laws help to preserve the quality of the moral environment, they protect people from moral harm. George argues that if we do create these moral laws, then the government could protect people from temptations that they may not have the willpower to resist. However, morality cannot be legislated. No matter what sorts of moral laws the government creates, and no matter how effective police are at catching and arresting people who break these moral laws, there will always be a black market. There will always be people who are willing to go through the trouble of circumventing the law because they want to pursue the immoral action more than they fear the law. Consider the Prohibition era, where alcohol consumption skyrocketed in spite of, and perhaps because of, the liquor ban. Passing laws attempting to force moral action only serve to criminalize and alienate segments of society, rather than influencing them to change their habits. The philosophy freedom centers around the do no harm principle. You are free to do whatever you want, as long as you do not violate someone else's freedom to do the same. This can be interpreted to mean that people are free to destroy themselves by making bad choices. However, what it really means is that government cannot forcefully stop anyone from making those destructive choices. Government is neither perfect nor omnipotent, so many problems have better solutions that do not involve government interference at all. Freedom is the ability to choose your own actions, as long as those actions do not harm anyone else. Governments were formed to protect their citizens from harm, but only from the harm that comes as a direct result of one person taking away another's rights. It does not apply to protecting people from themselves. People may make immoral choices, but as long as those choices do not violate the freedoms of someone else, the government must let them act like adults, learn from the consequences of their actions, and seek help on their own terms. With a little trust, our society may turn out for the better. Any questions?
Gabriella has a question.
That was really great, Crystal. And I was just wondering your opinion about suicide. Because sometimes you can trust people, but sometimes people are in such a stage that they're not thinking rationally and they're going to regret their decisions, and sometimes that can be irreversible, such as suicide.
Yes, and I agree with the fact that suicide is indeed, it does indeed happen when a person is under extreme mental stress and not in the right mind to make the best decisions for themselves. However, if someone has these suicidal tendencies, then they should go to a counselor. Even if someone is literally just about to commit suicide, the government should not come in and forcefully restrain the person. Instead, they should be encouraged to seek counseling out of their own free will and with the support of their society. Anyone else? Yes.
Yeah, I would actually kind of add to that. What about when you have cases, for instance, like people that suffer from maybe manic depression or things like that, where they don't have the resources for the family to take care of them, and so a neighbor has to call the police because they're worried because they can hear, things crashing. So you're saying even then the government doesn't have responsibility to try and protect them in the absence of other.
In that situation, the police can take the place of the concerned citizen, where they persuade the person to seek a counselor, and maybe they can collect funds to enable the person to pay for a counselor. But they still cannot force a person to see a counselor. Yes?
Isn't persuasion one of George's vices, though? Isn't it one of Mill's, reasonings for taking away autonomy?
That is a very interesting question. It depends on how the persuasion is put into effect. If force or threat of force is involved in any way, then that is forceful persuasion, and that is taking away the person's freedom. Like making a choice between do what I say or I'll kill you. That could be argued as some sort of persuasion, but that's not really a choice, is it?
What about persuasion when someone makes you feel guilty? If someone makes you feel guilty for not doing it, wouldn't you say that's like a form of persuasion that's kind of manipulative?
Yes, that is definitely manipulative. And basically, when somebody uses persuasion, they have to let the person say no. If the person says no, then no means no, and so you have to let the person accept the consequences of that choice. You can try to present new pieces of evidence, but you have to abide by their choice. Yes.
To that, I'd like to add that Gerald Dawkins, he suggests that if someone is incapable of making proper decisions, these rules, fundamental rules of them having a choice, do not apply anymore. Because at the end, a person might only be committing suicide and hurting themselves, but they don't realize the repercussions of it. The people who live with that person, they have to go through emotional strain and financial strain. The friends, family members, everyone gets affected by that.
In that situation, the members of the society can inform the person about those repercussions that would happen in the aftermath of the suicide. They can talk about, and in doing so, they can discuss how the person is loved and cared for and how so many people would be affected by their death. Because a lot of rationalities for suicide is, oh, nobody will notice if I just disappear. However, if you can persuade the person that in fact their choices do matter, and by disappearing entirely, that would create an impressive aftermath, then you could reasonably persuade the person that they are important, they are valued, and that they should live.
We gotta move on. Thank you so much. Julia, where's Julia? Okay. Do you have anything you're gonna project? Okay, yeah.
Find the pressure.
You can go up there and
Professor Gregory. Good to meet you.
Good job. I hope you got an A on that essay.
I haven't posted. Nothing's coming yet.
All right, Julia, you ready to go? All right.
Yeah? I want to see if you write commentary.
Hi, my name is Julia, and I'll be presenting Thomas Aquinas in Human Happiness.
You will.
So Thomas Aquinas was an Italian philosopher whose idea of human happiness only concerned our satisfactions and our desires. He believed that happiness was found in knowledge of God, who was pure and true. True happiness consists of truth. Many philosophers agree with him that the attainment of certain truths is aimed at every problem. He defined happiness as a state of life made perfectly by every of all good things. Happiness consists of one's affection. He claims that people cannot attain happiness and it is rational as above the sensible nature. His perspective on happiness was different from other philosophers. He believed that there was no such thing as perfect happiness and that happiness was our enjoyment and our desires. He explains how happiness is our sensible nature and that our intellect is above our rational. He also explains that happiness is the attainment of perfect good. We can attain perfect good because we desire it. Good does not destroy the nature of happiness, otherwise one will not be happier than the other. He believes that we will not fulfill our full happiness since happiness is a perfect good, but excludes every evil and fulfills every desire. There are many subjects in our life that are unavoidable, the evil and ignorance which are part of our intellect. The good in our life can easily pass away, the ones we naturally desire and want to hold on to, the ones that are more evil and the world can take over the good, which is why we cannot attain full happiness. Happiness consists of satisfying our desires, which is easily satisfied by wealth. Wealth itself does not make someone happy, but what you do with the money satisfies your desires. Now, Aquinas also claims that all things obey money, therefore man's happiness consists of wealth.
Hey, Julia. Sorry, you're on a roll there, but could you just step like 2 inches closer to the microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Like just, we can hear you a little bit better.
Okay,
Perfect.
is this better?
It's better, yeah, thanks.
Oh, okay. He says that happiness contains all good things, and money gives us the options to have all the things that we want. With this in mind, our satisfactions and our desires are only temporary. Once we have what we want, as humans, we always want more. Aquinas explains how will also correlates to happiness. He claims that happiness consists essentially to all of our intellect, which receives the operation of will. We can choose to be happy with what we have, but as humans, we continue to always want more. We could use our will to be happy or humble if we choose not to. No one can contain happiness without will because it consists of being duly ordered to the last end. Happiness is also an aspect based on knowledge.
Our knowledge is possessed by how we acquire things and where it comes from. As humans, we live life in a natural way, knowing the intellectual truth. By investigating, we seek knowledge of things that we are unknown, and afterwards we study it and give our options in conclusion. Thomas Aquinas' overall belief in human happiness is that happiness is the end of human action, and everyone desires happiness. There's a lot of things in this world that can make one happy, but it is not our ultimate happiness. It is our only temporary. The things that we think that make us happy does not bring us absolute happiness, but is pursued for the sake of something else. Anything created in this world cannot give us perfect happiness. Only the uncreated good can bring man complete happiness. Thank you.
Questions for Julia on her talk, or on happiness, or on anything? She could probably answer questions on anything. Anybody? Got it.
What's your take on the greatest happiness principle?
What'd you say?
What's your take on the greatest happiness principle?
Honestly, I feel like anything can make someone happy. You have to choose whether or not to be happy. Because, for example, a millionaire, most millionaires are miserable, but they have anything they want. But like a lot of people also don't have anything they want, but they choose to be happy. You have to be humble with what you have. But as humans, we always want more. Yeah.
What about cancer?
What about cancer? Like,
What's the happiness in that?
so for cancer, I would say because like my mom had cancer too, but she always tried to be positive about it. So I feel like instead, you could easily live your life and hate everything and be miserable because you have cancer. But most people choose to be happy. Be like, look, I have cancer, but you know what? I have families and friends to support me. I have a place to go. I have a place to call home and stuff like that. I have support. But it's whether or not you choose to. Because yeah, cancer sucks. But how you choose to do with your information that you have cancer is how you have happiness.
Anybody else? Any other questions? Thank you. All right. So Gregory, we've had Thomas Aquinas and human happiness, and now we're going to talk about happiness and greatness. So Gregory, do you have anything you want to project or show, or are you just going to read your paper?
I was reading.
Perfect. And you might need to tilt that mic up a little bit, or lift it, or break it, or hold it, or however you want to.
Test. Hello. All right, well, I haven't really done one of these in a while, but let's present. So my essay title is No Happiness Without Greatness. So to attain happiness, a person can benefit from the concept of being good enough. However, is never being good enough how humans evolve, as we always strive to be better? Everything is constantly advancing around us. If we chose rampant disease to be good enough, instead of always striving to make medicine better, then think of how problematic that would be. As we strive to attain happiness, our personal identities evolve as well. We must always strive to be more than good enough to be the greatest, because our world takes all of us to run it. We are also strong. We are only as strong as our weakest links. Avram Elpert in The Good Enough Life elaborates on the contrary idea that we humans are constantly striving for greatness, yet never being able to achieve what never stops. Elpert says that if we succeed in our goals, we have achieved greatness, but because we have recognized that none of them are achievable until greatness itself is forgotten. Our goals always tend to directly relate to our happiness, not being able to be happy unless we achieve our desired goals. Alpert believes this mindset could be the only way for a person to attain greatness, therefore being happy with themselves. In the article, Alpert discusses what he considers good enough. The author points out differences in political partisans and how their differences lie in what constitutes greatness, not whether greatness itself is the desired goal. The concept of greatness is totally subjective, and that can actually work as an advantage because it allows the individual to decide for themselves what they believe to be satisfactory. All types of philosophers have different views on what constitutes greatness. Not constantly striving for greatness is a counter-history of ethics shown in Buddhism, Romanticism, and psychoanalysis. British pediatrician and psychoanalyst D.W. Winnicott is another noted name for the ethics of the good enough life. Dr. Winnicott coined the term good enough mother and the principle of good enough in 1953 in an article published in the International Journal of Psychoanalysis. Dr. Winnicott discussed how a mother is good enough from dealing with difficult tasks, how the act of her bringing an infant to the world is good enough. According to Albert, Buddhism believes lives of servitude are necessary for the greatness of other people. He discusses how we might find a delight unimaginable if we find meaning only in greatness. If we work together to create the conditions of decency for all, then we can find greatness through being good enough. If we are able to achieve these things, it will not be because we have achieved greatness, but because we have redefined the word altogether. Sorry about that. That's my bad. The topic of Albert's article relates to the philosophical question, what is the best way for a person to attain happiness? Lay down a template for how people can achieve happiness by telling themselves they are good enough. Lowers their standards for what greatness is. According to the author, approaching life as being good enough makes one capable of achieving true happiness. This question concerns philosophy because of how much it relates to our lives. We all strive to be the best and often come up short. If we all desire happiness, then we must accept ourselves and others as being good enough. The stake in this question is having happiness be attainable for all, making the whole human race's quality of life improve. Philosophers may question the state of happiness, yet everyone often questions the true state of happiness. Albert alluded to how romantic poets and philosophers thought good enoughness to be the ordinary or the everyday. What is being good enough and what is good enough to make a person happy? We must somehow quantify what is good enough before we can achieve happiness. Albert says in the article, in this radical vision of the good life, our task is not to make the perfect human society, but rather a good enough world in which each of us has sufficient resources to handle our encounters with the inevitable sufferings of a world full of chance and complexity. This means that we must stop striving for perfection to be happy because perfection is unattainable. We must make sure we all have sufficient resources, no more or less than what is needed for us to live the good life that Albert discusses. He believes being good enough is a true answer for one to attain happiness. The question of how can one achieve true happiness is a tough question to answer, and there has been many philosophers that have different opinions on how to achieve happiness. In the article by Samuel Baker, The Metaphysics of Goodness and the Ethics of Aristotle, Aristotle would likely not have agreed with the author's point of view regarding the good enough life. Aristotle believed that happiness is the highest desire and ambition of all human beings, saying happiness depends on ourselves, something that Albert directly disagrees with, and instead says that we achieve true happiness by asking less of ourselves. The philosopher Epicurus would likely agree with Albert's views in the article by Ab Bergsma, Happiness in the Garden of Epicurus. Epicurus said, "He who is not satisfied with a little is satisfied with nothing." Albert may have even been influenced by the work of Epicurus, as both articles highlight the need for people to be satisfied with what they have. We are materialistic creatures having unlimited wants with limited supply. If we do not stop and tell ourselves what is good enough, then how can we ever achieve true happiness, or is that the only way we can achieve happiness? I am personally a materialistic person, and I find value in having things. I do not let it consume me. However, I do have goals, and I am set and unhappy if I do not achieve them. I feel that if you tell people to just be good enough, then we are inhibiting them not to grow. We are enabling people to be less than what their best can be. We shouldn't shame someone for being less fortunate or wealthy than someone else and not achieving that sort of greatness. Wealth is not the only measure that can provide happiness. We should always strive to build people and make them want more. Our society would not evolve at the rate it does today if we did not have people unhappy with just being good enough. A perfect example is Steve Jobs, as he was never satisfied and always achieved to be perfect. Nothing was ever good enough for him. He always strived for greatness. He was a visionary that shaped our society. Everyone has smartphones today, and that was because of the iPhone. If we didn't have visionaries like him, we wouldn't be where we are today as humans. The act of never being good enough makes us able to evolve our personal identities as well. Why would you just want to be good enough, to be a good enough anything? You should always seek to improve yourself and enhance your personal identity while you do. I do not want to be just a good enough parent. I want to be the greatest parent. I do not want to do good enough in school. I want to be the greatest. If you set low goals, you may risk not developing your personal identity and achieving happiness as you evolve as a person. Everyone has a passion in this world that they are meant to do. However, not all people ever figure out what that is and thus lead unhappy lives because of it. We must not encourage a good enough life. We must let people find greatness and encourage people to apply themselves as much as possible. If you say you're going to do something, then do it and tell yourself that you will. You must have the positive thought of achieving your greatest self for happiness to be achieved. It is a basic law of attraction. Positivity brings positivity. My views directly contradict what Albert is saying. I have much more of an Aristotle answer to this pressing philosophical question: what is the best way for a person to attain happiness? Making sure that we always strive never to just be good enough, instead desire to be the greatest, like all humans naturally should.
Questions for Gregory?
Yeah, I have a question.
Got a question back here, Gregory.
So like, where does the moral imperative come from to be better than just good enough?
Sorry.
Well, is there like a moral imperative, or is there a reason that being good is better than being just good enough?
Yeah, I'd say so, just because of how I discussed it. So when I read the article, Alvin really discussed about being good enough as just like pretty much lowering your standards for what is good. If you're striving for an A and you don't get that A, well, you know what? Just a B is good enough. Well, to me, that's not good enough. I feel that we should always strive to be our best and do our best. And that as humans, if we set the bar low, then we wouldn't evolve. Like think about we're always shooting for the stars, but hey, we've only gotten to the moon. So we got to keep dreaming, and we got to keep hoping for our goals to be met, even if we don't meet them. At least they're there, so we can hopefully meet them one day. But that's why I feel that being good enough is just almost devolving as a species.
So in this article that you read, being good enough, does that mean you don't have any goals at all? You don't have any incentives for anything?
From how I understood it, it pretty much means lowering your standards, lowering your goals. So let's say you have
But you still have goals?
I guess you still have goals, but if you're
Hey,
lowering
Gregory.
them, so.
I'm going to interrupt just a little bit and just kind of fill in that concept because it was something you read for our class.
Okay.
And so the premise of the article is, because we always read in philosophy about, how to be happy and achieve, and, Aristotle thinks if we're not fulfilling our potential or, doing something immoral. Yeah. And so the article that Gregory's referring to, he argues that this sense of needing to achieve this greatness is something that causes us to not be able to achieve happiness. In other words, if we're striving for this, for the greatest or whatever it is, the be all you can be, that actually inhibits our ability to achieve happiness. So he argues that rather than this pursuit of greatness, that this sense of good enough, like that we kind of lower the standards upon ourselves. Now he doesn't say, to lower them completely or that we still shouldn't, but that we need to, I guess, strike a balance so that we're not always feeling like we're coming up short or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So he's kind of taking that philosophical notion of achievement and happiness and reformulating it such that it doesn't become something that causes us to always feel like we're failing.
Yeah.
So. I have a question for you, Gregory. Or did you get your question answered?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just curious about, I know it's hard to generalize and things are different with regard to so many factors of American culture, but just your sense of like what American culture, do you think that it's more in line with the notion of the good enough, or you think it's more, where do you think we are kind of socially or culturally
I
encouraged
feel
to
we're
be?
the American dream, you know,
Yeah.
so we are what nations and the world looks at as a place to go for freedom and freedom of creation. Where America is constantly ahead of technology. Lately it hasn't been the case, but historically we are constantly striving for to be great. Think about the moon landing, the space race. We're constantly striving to be great, to attain that happiness and a whole for society.
Make America great again.
Yeah, exactly.
But do you think like maybe that lately we haven't been? Do you think that represents a paradigm shift more towards the good enough?
I feel that lately we not necessarily haven't been. Are you saying relative to other nations?
Well, our own philosophy as a nation, for instance, kind of a shift from being the best to being good enough would be the reason why we have not been super
I don't agree with that, no, because I'd say that it's just, there's so many people in the world, there's always going to be people that are going to be good enough or complacent with just the bare minimum in their life, but there's always going to be those people that do want more, that do dream for better, and that will have the capability of the American dream. I would say the reason that, like I said, that we're falling behind a couple of years, or these past years technologically is because I think just other nations, maybe they do have a better goal and maybe a more centralized government that is able to make technology progress a little faster, like China, Japan, South Korea. Think about those places that their democracy is a little bit different than ours. The government.
So, to your point that if some people are achieving, some aren't because of complacency, wouldn't that make us all in some way, shape, or form adhering more to Rand's ethical egoism, and not whether or not we admit that?
I'm not familiar with Rand's ethical egoism. To be honest.
He was in my intro class, not my ethics class.
I did want to add to that, to what you were asking, is if we're kind of leaning towards the good enough. I would also disagree with you because one great current example would be Tiger Woods. He had gone through this stage in his life where kind of everything went downhill. He went through back surgeries. He was no longer playing like he used to when he was younger. And everyone thought that, like, why are you still playing? Like, why it should be good enough that you've already won so many titles. Like, retire with honor. But he came back and he just won the U.S. Open, and he pretty much, like, he wanted to achieve and he wanted to prove to everyone, like, no, I can still do it. I can still achieve greatness. I can still be the best golfer. And so I would say, like, that's just one example out of all of the, like, several current events.
It's a good example.
Yeah.
It's a good example. Yeah. Anybody else? Thanks so much.
Yeah,
Valerie.
thanks.
Really good. Let's see who's up. Irina is that the first one.
All right, Arena. Okay, cool.
Which are still moral, but
Yeah, well, I guess that's the question. Yes, please.
Okay, the topic of my presentation is do not use religion as an excuse for human violence. Right now we are living in the age of high technology when the education becomes available for everyone, but it's still on the low level among the people. But people still shows the low level of intelligence. I'm telling you that because we know that the human beings are the root of all evil, and it's a fact, undeniable. Many scholars already confirm this fact, but we still prefer to blame religion for all violence which is happening right now in the world. But we forget about one simple thing. That we as a people created this religion. And religion cannot exist without human beings. We wrote 3 main books. First book was written by the people, not by any alien, right? By the people who written. Torah, the second one was the Bible, and then Quran. From here we can see that the Torah is the most oldest book, then goes Bible and Quran. What's the mutual all between them? It was proven by the scholars that Bible was based on the Torah. Quran, the same, was based on the Torah. And the one single thing which is core value of all these 3 books is 10 commandments, which we know everyone. The most important that we need to love our neighbor. And these all 10 commandments were used by the people in order to unite. We have a good example. Moses, who led the people from out of Egypt across to Red Sea. He used these 10 commandments in order to unite all people, because this journey was really difficult psychologically. When the people are leaving, they were poor, Egypt were running because they were slaves. During this journey, people were starving, they were dying, and in order not to have like a mess, he gave people faith. And he gave all this testimony. He said that we need to love each other, we need to support each other. And soon we will be on our holy land. Also, Roman Catholic Church, they went like pilgrims. It says holy journey from one church to another church. They invited it in order to support the economy of one city to another city. And also it was political rationale. The people who had journey pilgrimage to one city, they bring back the news. So, my point is that behind all religions there is a rational explanation. And it was done in order to unite us, not to be an error. But right now we can see that behind of error, there is also a rational explanation. Mr. Ellis, the writer, said that most of the evil in the world is done with the people with good intentions. Yes, it's happened all the time. originally born with a sin. And I think that it's a rational explanation that the human being is originally already evil. And religion was created in order to hold and to drive us in a way in order not to hurt anyone and not to develop our sin. Also, he said that behind sin has something to do with the motivation for action. So, action, it's our love, what we are driven by. The love can be two types. It can be ordered or disordered one. Ordered is everyone can understand. It's a simple we love God, family, our neighbors. But disordered love is something that happened from the beginning when the people start to love low value things like money, land, power, control. And we have lots of examples of this disordered love. Started many centuries ago. For example, the good example are Crusaders. It was a religion wars between the Christian and Muslim. People were trying to cover their wars by the religion. The main idea of this wars was the land and the power. The king was. He didn't care about the people. He wanted only land and power. That's it. The second example, Osama bin Laden. People are trying to blame the Islam here. But actually, it's a political rationale behind all this action. United States had a problem with Saudi Arabia, and bin Laden gave the reply to them by killing the people. But actually, it's not the religion killed them. It's the root is the people. They have conflicts. It's a political issue. They do not have a right to cover their actions by the religion. We have also in history examples where the religion is not included. When the example from the Soviet Union, the Stalin, who did the repression and terror because he wanted to control. And the second example is Holocaust. During, it was in line with Nazi ideology. These two people, they didn't cover their actions by religion, but they were violent and they did bad things. So here it's also a good example of disorder love. But my point is that the evil is the people, it's not the religion. Why did this presentation? I wanted to show, not to show, but the increased awareness that the religion is not the evil. We are human beings are responsible for everything. And we need to think twice when we start to judge someone's religion or maybe someone who doesn't have any religion. We are thinking about all the actions which are happening right now. For example, what we had recently on Sri Lanka. But it's not the problem of the religion. There is something behind of this. We need to think that sometimes, even on the campus or out, we are judging people, or we are, I don't know how it's properly to say, but for example, I can tell my own story that when the people ask me where I'm from, I'm telling them I'm from Pakistan. They didn't hear the first part of my country, they hear only start, and they started to scare. Afghanistan, I said, no, Pakistan. But actually, even to be from the Afghanistan, it doesn't mean anything. Because they used to have, like, they put the label, it's a must, it's a danger. But we need to understand that the people from Afghanistan, they do not do anything with all this, the terrorist act. Also, the second is example, I have a friend, his name is Lago. And he always asked me not to pronounce his name like in public places. But in my country, it's a normal name. But when he's outside in Western countries, he's afraid when someone pronounces his name. So that is why my point is that we need to increase the awareness that religion
I appreciate your presentation here. It's I like that you're using this Augustinian notion of other loves and separate loves to sort of I guess interpret violence. I think it's especially fascinating because again, Augustine, being a saint, being a Christian, and you're utilizing this idea of his, this template of his, to kind of look at I guess all religions, and specifically the people who are religious, regardless of the ideology. Although I wonder this, because I think you're right. Human beings, at the end of the day, they're the ones who are interpreting the sacred, and then are motivated by their interpretations of what's sacred. And so it seems like what you're saying is that if they're interpreting some sort of sacred or religious doctrine in such a way where it justifies violent behavior, that in fact it's a misinterpretation. Because going back to the ordered versus disordered loves, one ought to love one's neighbor, one ought to love other human beings, and that ought to take almost top priority. And so any sort of understanding that teaches otherwise is in fact a misunderstanding. Do I have you right?
Yes.
Okay. And so I wonder then, how can we solve this? Because it doesn't seem as though these misunderstandings are going anywhere. And if it is rooted in disordered love, well, you can say it's still rooted in love. It's just, it's rooted in such a way where they're loving maybe the ideology more than the people who's most conservative. Or they're loving maybe the political statement rather than the individual casualties. And so it seems like any sort of educational or corrective measures will also have to be rooted in love. If we want to understand that anytime anybody does anything, it's for love, it's for desire. I think it's a really interesting take on violence like this. It's thought-provoking. So just comments.
So I understand that your presentation is arguing that religion shouldn't be used as an excuse for violence. However, could you argue that violence is actually an excuse for religion? Before there was government, did people look to religion for order? Could you argue that religion was originally fundamental of politics, and therefore isn't religion truly just a means for violence in order to maintain morality or order? I'm just being devil's advocate.
I think that we, in general, should not connect the religion and political, because by itself, the religion cannot be violent at all.
But you're saying, so are you saying that politics mainly originates from government?
Yes.
Okay, well, before there was a government, what did people look up to in order to maintain order, in order to follow a certain standard or aka morality? When we talk about religion, we say the rules are just to be moral. But when we're talking about politics, we're saying to be good is to follow laws. So can't you see like the relevance between morality and
Yes.
laws in politics?
The laws of politics, they also do not tell the people to kill someone. You need to follow and obey them. And everything will be good. But the same way with religion, there's nothing to say that you are allowed to kill someone. There is no such law. I think that people who are involved in violence, they disobey and religion and legislation as well.
Doesn't violence
You see that we need to understand the origin of the problem. Because, for example, this holy joining Crusader, if the original issue was that the king wanted to have a land and he wanted to have more power, it was a war. But it's not the fact that the God was asking people to go Richland because there is a lot of oil available there. And they started political games. So I think that the root is only the people. Because this religion was written by ourselves. Religion cannot exist separately. It's incredible. All the people.
That's good back and forth. I think again, anything that tells, maybe tells or commands, anything that weighs in on how people should live, you could say is political. And so there is a political element to religion, especially if it's telling you how to live. And of course, there's a very political element to government because it's also telling you how to live, or more specifically, how not to live. And so I think it really is easy to complete these two and see how they overlap. But I also do see your point that they are nonetheless still distinct. And if we equivocate one with the other, then maybe it leads to all this stuff.
So, were we evil before religion was created?
Yes.
Was-
I do not think we are born initially with this people.
Okay, so let's take the theory of original sin and say that there's an alternate. Is there an alternate theory that original sin's been disputed? If it has been disputed, because I don't know which class you're in or anything like that, and I don't want to go too far down a tangent, but just for the sake of argument, say that original sin has been disputed, where would that leave you with your conclusion about the root of evil within humanity? Would it change that root? Would it change the origin of it? Because it would have been endowed to us by that creator, and if it's been disproven that that creator or whatever that being is didn't endow us with the original sin, would we still be evil by nature?
Yes.
Based on what? On the human condition or on something else?
No, I always will refer to the original sin. I think that, I don't know. I'm sure that St. Augustine was right that the people are born with this original sin. And there is no called people. They're always like doing something bad or violent, even in our life. Just not perfect. That's right. And we are responsible for all our actions.
Doesn't George argue that men are entirely like evil? Robert George.
Not entirely that I read,
But
but
that we're-
Manzi's also kind of in at me, so.
But he does say that we're very likely to succumb to our vices, and he describes vices as being something that's morally bad. And if we also look at Warnock also argues that men are initially bad, and we only look to morality as intentions to better our community, but that's the only reason why morality exists. It's not
Because we joined a social contract?
Well, I would say that's more paternalism, the social contract. But the moral, I feel like morality is just, it's not really more of a social contract. I think it's just based off of rules in order to maintain a society, and that's why anyone that doesn't follow a moral code is immoral, evil, but not necessarily but they don't necessarily, that person who's viewed as immoral could actually not be immoral at all, because their intentions aren't to make their community suffer. Instead, they're just following their own autonomy.
In which case it could be reevaluated over and over again.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I think we have to move on, but thank you very much.
Thank
Is So our next turnout, are you, wait how I say your name. Okay, that was my guess, but I wasn't 100% sure. Do you have any vision projector you just have to Okay, perfect.
Dude, I like that you're bringing the heat. It's very good. Keep challenging.
Yeah, Gabriella, she's going to log into her email. You're our little helper up there and pull up her presentation. So the screen's not up right now, correct?
I think she just did.
Okay, good. She's going to get her email. Okay.
Yeah. What did she say she was from?
Oh, Uzbekistan.
Was the first one. I'm sure everyone else was like, oh, true. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Amora Ajayi, and I'm going to be talking to you on the problem of evil, focusing on two main parts, free will and moral character. Just like every story, there are two sides to this one. One that says evil should exist, and the other that says evil should not exist. Now, why is there evil? This is a question that we all ask or have all asked at one point or the other. Why do bad things happen? Especially, why do bad things happen to good people? But have you ever stopped to ask, why shouldn't there be evil? I'm not trying to say that evil is good or it's okay. I'm just trying to say that evil is not completely undeserved. We do bad things every day that may or may not affect others. Most times we do. We lie, causing people to act on false information. We steal, causing people to lose what they have worked so hard to earn. We cheat, trying to get unfair advantages over people who have worked so hard to get where they are. Even everyday things like teasing our friends. We make these jokes knowing full well there's a slight chance it might hurt them. One might say that these things are evil. So you can understand why I ask. Why shouldn't there be evil when we do evil to others every day? Now there's the idea that evil is as a result of human free will. We live in a world where there's free will, there's choice, we can choose what we want to do. And just like there's the free will to do good, there's also the free will to do bad. It is up to you to decide. So it's not fair to blame evil actions on God. If we don't give credit to God for our good deeds, why are we blaming evil on God? My pastor says this thing, guns don't kill people, people kill people. We make our own choices. No one and nothing forces us to make the choices that we do. So imagine a world where there's no free will, no choice, or basically no one. We won't ever be sad, but then we won't ever be happy either. Because how can we understand happiness when we've never experienced sadness? It'll just be an everyday existence for us. People ask, why can't we have the free will to do only good?
Why didn't God create a world where we can only choose good? It's not really free will if it's limited. It's like driving. You can't say you're in control when you can only go in one direction. People also ask, what about rape victims or molested children, people who don't deserve what they get? Bad things shouldn't happen, but they do. Bad things happen to everyone, as sad as that is. If one bad thing doesn't happen to a person, another bad thing probably will. If that person didn't get raped, they could have gotten in an accident and severely injured themselves, or they could have been sold into slavery or been robbed of everything they had. But an important thing to note is, it was humans who did it to other humans, not God, not the earth, not the universe, it was humans. So as long as human beings continue to do evil, evil will continue to happen to human beings. What about earthquakes and natural disasters? Now, imagine a world where there are evergreen trees, the waters are always blue, the sand is always golden, temperature all year, good temperature all year round. It'll be a perfect world for imperfect people. So I mean, I would ask, why do we deserve perfection when we ourselves are not perfect? There's also the idea that evil is necessary for the development of moral character. We develop moral character by overcoming obstacles. That means if there are no obstacles to overcome, we will never develop. Take for instance, we steal something from someone. We see how bad it affects them. We feel guilty, and then we learn not to do it again. And from there, we have evolved. We have become better because we have learned. If it never rains, it will never grow. If bad things don't happen, then we won't develop. Nobody's perfect. We make mistakes, we say wrong things, we do wrong things, we fall, we get up, we learn, we grow, we move on, we live. That's life. That is how life works. When we do bad, we learn from it and become better. Some may say, why do we need to develop moral character? Why can't we already just be morally perfect? But we are. We all know the difference between right and wrong. We all know what is good and what is bad. We just choose not to do good, or we choose to do bad when we make those decisions. Life would have been so much better if evil didn't exist, right? We would never be too hot or too cold. We would never cry. We would never be sad. We would never die. But if we're never too hot or too cold, we would never feel the sensation of warmth. If we never cry, we would never feel the thrill of laughter. If we're never sad, we would never understand what it's like to be happy. And if we never die, we would never really appreciate life. Suppose we live in a world where there can be no rapists, where there can be no gun violence, where there can be no killers, where there can be no terrorists. What we do. We do live in that kind of world. We do live in a world where there can be no killers, where there can be no rapists. We all have the potential to do good. We all have the potential to do bad. We can live in that kind of world, but because of human free will, because we choose not to live those kind of lives, that's why we live in schools. These two people, Osama bin Laden and Mother Teresa, they both had choices. They're both human and both had free will. One decided to go down the path of good, and the other decided to go down the path of bad. But the thing is that they both had choices, and they made it out of their free will. Nobody put a gun to their head and told them to live a life, the kind of life that we did. And as for earthquakes, there's some mysteries that will never be solved. There are some things we just can't explain, like why the moon is where it is, or whether a planet is specific. But if we're being honest, the greatest evil comes from man and not from nature. God didn't create an evil world. He created a world with humans who have the knowledge of what's right and what's wrong. And he gave us the free will to choose which we wanted to do. He gave us the free will to choose between evil and good. It's up to us to decide. He didn't want to control us like puppets. And as humans, we value our freedom so very much. So I don't see anything wrong with giving us free will. So I guess what we should be asking is, why does man do these evil things, knowing full well it's going to hurt others and to some extent hurt themselves? So maybe we shouldn't be asking the problem of evil. Maybe it should be the problem of humans. Thank you.
Any questions?
We have one back here.
but it's just like a benefit that we have. I mean, a life of stagnation, a life of growth is better than a life of stagnation. That's just like a benefit, something good that we get from something bad.
Psychologically, there's been discussion and proof that some people are not capable of making those choices to do evil or perform those types of actions. Any number of groups, serial killers. There's a few paths we could go down there, and I'm not trying to get too granular, but establishing that that's the case, how do we live in a world where those evils don't happen if those people don't have the ability to make that choice? So unless I misunderstood your point was we can have a world without evil because we can make better choices.
Yes.
If those people are psychologically incapable of making that choice, nature, nurture, whatever the case may be, if they are incapable of choosing a different path for their own lives, then how would we be able to establish that essentially virtual utopia?
I don't think that they are incapable. I mean, nobody is just born evil. Nobody is just born to be a serial killer. I think, yes, they have a mental illness, but that doesn't really excuse. I mean, if we had a world without evil, they probably wouldn't go around killing people. They probably wouldn't see that as something that they can do. If they didn't have any idea of killing or murder, then they wouldn't know how to kill.
But if we're evil by nature, don't we understand that intuitively? How to kill, how to hurt. I mean, even if we go back from an evolutionary perspective, killing to survive, killing to hunt, killing for any number of things. And even if we didn't realize at the time we were doing it for that purpose, oh wow, I just plugged something, it died, what do I do next? Wow, I can eat that, I'll live longer. Is what you're saying, is that actually truly part of our nature? And if it is, how would we essentially unprogram that?
Well, I think it's too late for humans.
So would you say that free will is kind of within the same tangent as accountability? Like, could there be accountability for our actions if we didn't have free will? So studies have shown that in a social experiment, people were connected to a cerebral nerve detector that showed any movement within the brain. In this experiment, people were told not to move. Before anyone moved, there was a trigger in the detector, and 11 milliseconds after, people had moved a finger or a hand. So what if we as humans were actually predetermined to act in a certain way? Could we be accountable? Could evil truly exist if free will was essentially non-existent?
If we were controlled by some external forces, then yes, then no, we wouldn't be accountable for our actions because something else is controlling us. But in reality, it's like we know that nothing's controlling us because.
But that is reality. That was a study.
Okay, yes, that's an experiment, yes. But then in that case, it was clear that something was controlling somebody. But as we are right now, we know that nothing is controlling us. Okay, two people grew up in the same house and learn the same lessons and have the same parents and stuff like that. And then they grow up, they become different people. So it's like, I don't know how to explain that exactly, but we're all different. We all make our own different choices. If something was controlling us, then what is the purpose of that? Why are they controlling us, and why do we act differently?
What if we made up the fact that we can make choices, just so that there could be accountability, and if there's accountability, then we can decide who is right and who's wrong. But if there was no such thing as accountability or free will, you just said it, we would be robots, right?
Yes.
You don't have to cheer every time I raise my hand, although I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. It's an accomplishment for me. So you said kind of in passing offhandedly that you think it's too late for humans. And I don't think you're wrong. But I do wonder, you know, what we make of that. Because, again, it seems like a lot of the, and this is of a piece with the previous presentation. Unfortunately, she had to run to class. I wish you were here. But this idea of, well, what is it that maybe motivates humans towards, again, what is typically defined as quote-unquote evil actions or evil behavior. It could be something of a self-fulfilling prophecy, where if we understand humanity in a certain way, then we're going to behave in a like-minded fashion. But if the way in which we're behaving seems to be producing, we'll just say, more negative net than net positive, well then perhaps we need to redefine humanity again. So maybe it's too late for humans as we understand them now, but if we were to redefine the terms, do you think then there might be some saving grace, so to speak, a chance?
Like what terms?
Well, that's just it. It seems as though if we define human beings in terms of, well, their behavior is either good or evil, then conceptually we're restraining human beings, or I should say restricting human beings to certain, not just ways of behaving, but ways of how we interpret that behavior. And we say, well, a human being is behaving in a way that's evil because of X or Y or Z. But that presupposes a set standard by which we would judge human beings to behave. And so I wonder if we change the interpretive context, if we change the framework, if we say, well, perhaps certain activities that we claim are inherently valuable for human beings and inherently destructive for human beings, if we redefine what we mean by human being, perhaps we have to redefine those modes of behavior, those actions and activities, and maybe even redefine the terms themselves. So maybe good and evil aren't the best ways of understanding human behavior, interpreting it.
Would it be different for different cultures, what they define as good and evil? So it would be kind of impossible to group everybody together to decide redefine those terms.
I think there's something to that, or even closer. I think that the very fact that that is an issue sort of testifies to the notion that maybe these broad universal standards like good and evil aren't necessarily the best ones to use when trying to, I guess, forecast human progress or the lack thereof. Because it's so varied. Because as you're saying, there are so many different ways of understanding what good and evil mean, it almost suggests that maybe there are perhaps better ways of understanding how human beings are. Does that make sense?
So what you're saying is beyond good, sorry.
Yeah, pretty much, like, kind of, yeah, that's where I'm coming from here. Put it this way. I think the reason maybe you might say something like, I think it's too late for human beings, is because you're judging human beings by standards of good and evil. But those aren't the only standards that you can use to evaluate human activity and human behavior. Maybe if we use maybe more aesthetic standards in terms of creatively living, as opposed to living in a way that's not so creative or not so innovative. You know what I mean? Changing the value framework. There's 40 people in this room, nobody's looking at me, okay? Well, if you have any... Yeah.
We had different standards of good and evil throughout our time. I guess good and evil kind of relative. You don't bring that subjective, yeah. Because if you think about it, we were like gladiators. People used to cheer and cheer and cheer for people murdering and killing each other, and we still kind of do it. Like boxing is kind of not too different. Like a lot of stuff is not that different, but it's just a little just like a fine line, you know. So is it like that? Yeah, kind of like subjective, where good and evil is kind of just depends.
Yeah, I think that subjectivity is perfect with this concluding thought here. The problem of evil, it should be the problem of humans. So instead of asking, you know, what is evil, let's first ask, you know, well, what are humans? And then from there we can decide whether or not the terms we're using to define them are good ones or evil ones. Get it?
So wait, what are humans then?
You're asking me? Oh, I don't know. What are human beings? I mean, that's the question. That's the age-old question.
We're robots.
We're robots. Any other questions or comments for our presenter?
You did great.
All right, well. I wonder who's next. Already? You've been waiting all this time. Prepare the pounds.
I came for yours, so.
I'm gonna get my thesaurus out for Tracy.
Yeah, seriously. And again, guys, the sign-in sheets are over there, so if you haven't signed in yet, please be sure to do so before you leave. Anyone will do. Good job. That was really good.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, right? All right, our next presentation will be delivered by Trace Miller, Philosophy Club Vice President.
My paper is titled Enemy, Itos, and Felt Ethnicity. Our age and ethnicity is fluid as gender. So we're going to start with a game. I'm going to give you a few clues about my personality, and I want you to guess my age. So this is my second year at Richland, taking 16 hours a semester, 59 total. I read 16 books a month. I enjoy a glass of wine. My average friend is 20 years old. I don't drink hard liquor, and my favorite magazine is The New Yorker. So how old do you think I am?
17.
43.
Alright, so I won't confirm your guesses till the end of my paper, but I want you to start thinking about this. I'm going to review this paragraph real quick. While I can neither confirm nor deny your guesses, my point is the following. If I were younger than 21, yet I exhibited these traits, would I have the right to claim an age different from that which my biology or nature has defined? Are physical age and a so-called mental age immutably intertwined, or are they separable, like biological age and mental, or biological sex or mental sex, what we call gender? The same with ethnicity. If I have many Native American or Latinx friends who teach me about their culture and perhaps instruct me in their particular language, and if I consequently adopt portions of their culture which I feel describe my real identity, do I have the right to claim Native American or Latinx as my ethnicity? Even though I'm not born that way, can I distinguish between my physical or inherited ethnicity and my mental or felt ethnicity? The aim of this paper is to answer this very question of are age and ethnicity mutable like gender? To accomplish this aim, I will review the historical relationships between sex and gender by examining their traditional intertwinement manifest in the four culture-creating, culture-defining religions of Judaism, Hinduism, Christianity, and Islam. And I will then review the recent disentwinement, which occurred largely during the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. After illuminating the principles or standard by which sex and gender were disentwined, I will propose that if we recognize this legitimate their separation, we must apply the same principles to age and ethnicity. Okay, so really quick, like I said, I'm going to talk about how we view sex and gender in the four what I call culture-created religions of Hinduism, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. Because if you think most other religions, and I'm using the term religion here loosely, like Buddhism, Sikhism, atheism, Scientology, and so on, they're simply responses to what are viewed as mistakes or problems in these four major religions. Hinduism and Judaism are the oldest of these four, obviously, and Christianity adopted much of Judaism. So I'll start with Hinduism. The Hindu scriptures list three sexes, male, female, and a third sex. The third sex consists of effeminate males, masculine females, transgender, transsexual, intersex, and androgynous individuals, and so on. Many Hindus revere members of the third sex as beings with deities or special powers. So here we find an early example of normalized, okay, institutionalized transgenderism. But the thing is, gender and sex are still intertwined, unlike they are in our culture. Because for someone to be transgender, if they are born as a male, but are actually a female, they can't become a female sex. They can only become the third sex. So their gender still must go with their sex. They are intertwined and are unable to be disentwined. Judaism and Christianity become an even deeper intertwinement of sex and gender. So the Hebrew Bible, in the first chapter, we're introduced to the Hebrew concept of gender, Sakar and Nekabah, male and female. In the image, so God created man in his own image, and in the image of God he created them, male, Sakar, and female, Nekabah, he created them. In the second chapter, we're introduced to the Hebrew concept of sex. Then the man said, this at last is bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, Isha, because she was taken out of the man, Ish. The different words and significations would seem to imply a distinction between gender and sex. A closer inspection reveals a distinction, but no separation. So Ish and Isha, which are the terms for sex in Hebrew, literally denote male and female, or man and woman. So they are purely concrete terms referring to our sexual functions. God talks about, in the Hebrew Bible, be fruitful and multiply. That's Ish and Isha. Zakar and Nekabah, however, refer to gender and introduce much more nebulous concepts. Zakar literally translates the verb to remember, and Zakar is the word used for male. But it is a powerful active remembrance. For instance, it's used and it came to pass when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt. Another biblical passage, and God remembered Rachel, and God hearkened her and opened her womb. So we see it's an active, powerful remembrance. Zakar, however, can also translate to the verb to cause to remember, to cause to be remembered, to mention, to record, to point, and to penetrate. Nekabah, on the other hand, commonly translates to female and vulnerability, though it's best translated as the verb to be bored through. So what does all this complicated etymology tell us? Let's look at Zakar and Nekabah again. Zakar, male, but it also means to penetrate. Nekabah, female, also means to be bored through. It's pretty graphic, but we can see the clear relationship of sex and gender in Hebrew based off of the words alone. So again, Hinduism, Judaism, we see Christianity as well. We see that sex and gender are intertwined. Islam, it was a response to Christianity and Judaism, and it also adopted much of the same philosophy. It actually is okay to be transgender in Islam, but it was actually made okay as a response to homosexuality, which in Islam is referred to as sexual deviation. And so being transgender is a way to avoid the temptation of homosexuality. And that's why it was okay in Islam. But again, in Islam, we see the intertwinement of sex and gender. However, all this changed in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, when we started to see this split. So no matter what your biological sex is, your gender could be different if that was who you really are. There hasn't been much research into why this occurred. I believe that it's probably mostly due to the death of God, which I talked about actually at the last philosophy conference, and the way in which when God died, we lost the concept of imago Dei, which had defined the Western view of man for thousands of years as made in the image of God. And so when we lost that, we turned to our rationality. However, after 2 world wars, whatever faith there ever was in rationality was essentially destroyed. And so that, I believe that the questions that would have been asked is, if life is meaningless, who am I to judge the individual that simply seeks their preferred identity? Who am I to judge? Who's one to judge me? Furthermore, I can trust neither the body nor the mind, so why should I trust one over the other? If I feel a particular way, if I am a particular way, why should my outside, i.e. my biology, define what I feel to be true on the inside, my psyche or gender? The inside is the true me anyway. So I believe those are the questions that kind of summarize the process of the disentwinement of sex and gender. So I'm going to read this paragraph. It is clear then that a separation between gender and sex has existed for only a fraction of time compared to the rest of humankind's history. But in the half-century since this radical split, our perceptions and conceptions of gender, sex, and relationship have evolved further at enormous speeds. I particularly like to look at the concept of gender fluid. According to Simone and Gender Wiki, a gender fluid individual is one who can vary their gender at random and or in response to external stimuli. Gender can change every day or every hour if need be. Sex and gender do not need to correlate. So if my biological sex is male, but however, if I'm gender fluid, I can be male. If I am male this particular day, I may be female the next day, no matter what my biological sex is. Obviously, sex and gender cannot be more disentwined than this, correct? My sex is one thing, but it does not have to change at all with my gender, which may change every day. If we accept as valid this disentwining of sex and gender, this disattachment of body and mind, if we accept its implications, namely the preeminence of the mind and the preeminence of our search for identity over any biological barrier, I believe we must then allow for the possibility of splitting age and ethnicity into similar categories of biological and felt mental identifier. If we cater to the struggles of individuals searching for the proper expression of their self-identified gender, ought we not to support individuals searching for their proper self-identified age and ethnicity. Along these lines, I would argue for a possibility of splitting age into ethnicity into categories corresponding to sex and gender. Age could be divided into physical or biological age, and the enemy itos, which is Latin for age of the mind, age of the soul, which would correspond to gender. Ethnicity would be divided into inherited or biological ethnicity and felt ethnicity, corresponding to gender again. This would enable individuals with something like age or ethnicity dysphoria to discover their true identities and real selves. Enemy itos and felt ethnicity correspond to gender and to their lived experiences and self-identified. Just like sex and gender, biology has nothing to do with the enemy itos and felt ethnicity. Likewise, science has nothing to say to them. They're personal and lived. I think there are three real objections to such a proposal. The biggest being that we could argue that people just want the benefits of a particular age or ethnicity. The second being that gender and sex are inherently separate. Age and ethnicity are obviously not able to be similarly split. And the third objection being ethnicity and age are based entirely on very real biological or physical factors. Gender is not and never should be. However, I think the first objection is pretty easily done away with. Just like we don't tell a transgender female or a gender fluid male who wishes to use the female aggression that day because that's how he's identified that day. We don't just say that they're all rapists and that they want to go rape girls, right? We respect the way they identify themselves who they are. So I think that to say that a teenager who feels 21 or a senior who feels, maybe in their 20s or even younger than 18, to say that they just want the benefits of a particular age, I think that's a similarly sweeping and toxic stereotype. The second objection is also done away with quickly. The idea that gender and sex are inherently separate isn't even an idea, brand new to the history of conceptions of sex and gender. Remember, we looked at Judaism and Hinduism, religions that defined our world for thousands of years, where gender and sex are intertwined. It's only been since the 60s, really, that it's been a normalized idea that we can disentwine sex and gender. So how do we not know that our society hasn't simply evolved to the point where we realize the truth about age and ethnicity, that there's actually two different factors, a felt and a biological. The last objection is the most difficult to review, but I don't think it is an insurmountable obstacle. So just to review again, biology or sexual organs in my body, which define my sex, in no way define my gender, which is my lived experience. So when examining ethnicity, why would skin color or language define my felt ethnicity? Of course, these factors define my physical ethnicity. But if my felt ethnicity is lived experience, if the biology, the way, those things may not affect how I live. I may not feel comfortable with my particular culture. And even though I may speak the language, even though I may look like everyone else in my culture, if that ethnicity does not describe my lived experience, just like we do not tell someone whose gender does not correspond with their sex, oh, you can't identify who you are. How can we tell an individual, oh, you can't change your ethnicity if their lived experience doesn't correspond? Same with age. Yes, it's more difficult because we have this idea that age is based purely on time, correct? Like how long you've been alive. But I think if we accept the fact that there's more to age, perhaps maturity or brain chemistry even. I think brain chemistry is probably the most valid way to base age, looking at the way your brain has developed. But I think if you look at modern medicine, there are ways to change your brain chemistry. And just like if I wish my sex to correspond with my gender, I can get a gender reassignment surgery. What if someone who wishes their physical age, according to brain chemistry, to correspond with their identified age, they can use chemicals to bring this into alignment? Does that make sense? So that's basically all I have. Are there questions? That's all I was covering. Yeah.
It's really interesting the way you talk about ethnicity. But I think the reason why people wouldn't agree of people changing their ethnicity is because they see that it's something you're born with. So it's not, yes, the color of your skin, it's your language, but it's like it's your inheritance. So you can't really, so maybe that's why you wouldn't be acceptable to interchange your ethnicity.
Right. But I think maybe I didn't communicate this well, but my point is that we're born a particular sex, and traditionally, the sex you were born as is also the gender you identify as. Our society obviously has disentwined those. It's been around since the 60s or 70s. That's a very new idea. that my sex does not have to correspond with my gender. So what if our society hasn't evolved to the point where we realize that even though you're born in a particular ethnicity, if that's not your lived experience, that doesn't have to be. Does that make sense? It's just like we split what used to be one thing, sex and gender were immediately intertwined. So yes, there were two facets, but they were one thing. We split that into two. What if we split ethnicity in a similar way, this inherited physical ethnicity that does not have to correspond though with your lived, felt ethnicity? Does that make sense? Yeah.
But if we do that, how do we not approach the line of cultural appropriation?
I think cultural appropriation would be something with a malicious intent. Just like we don't, for instance, women are a marginalized minority from much of, not a minority, sorry, marginalized from much of history, correct? They were forced to the rear. It was the man who dominated the family. But we don't criticize people who are born as a male but who are actually a female. We don't criticize them for trying to express themselves. We don't say that, oh, they're just appropriating a marginalized group. Now, certainly there are people who could do that with a malicious intent. Same in this case, I believe. I think, yes, there are people who maybe would want to identify as a particular ethnicity just so they could get a scholarship. But that would be cultural appropriation, correct? But if it's not done with a malicious intent, if it's done with a sincere desire to find our true identity, how can we blame these individuals?
In every area, they do use whatever loophole, someone's using a loophole for malicious intent, and even for gay marriage or anything. So it's never been, how do you decipher?
But we can't allow an entire group of people to suffer based off of the actions of one individual who wants to appropriate or to utilize something with malicious intent. Of course, sadly, it seems like there will always be those individuals, but we can't allow that to direct our entire policy. We have to think about the people who may feel their true self is different than they've been forced to express.
So, what if an individual, let's say he or she, whatever they decide to identify as, is a bodybuilder, and decides to, they really desire to be the best at something, and so they choose to identify as a certain gender in order to reach that goal. But it's not really with malicious intent. It really they just really desire to be the best of something. So if a male wanted to identify as a female in order to beat the world record of female lifting, would that be considered as malicious intent if really they're just really desire to be the best?
I would consider that malicious intent because they're using deception to achieve their goal.
Wouldn't deception be identifying as a female when your sex is a male, but aren't you lying to people?
I think it's the purpose. If this individual is, okay, so we're saying he was born as a male. If he identifies as a female because that's his lived experience, that's different than saying, oh, I'd really like to win a gold medal. I know I should call myself a female so I can enter the female category and win. There's a difference there.
But that's a goal. That's someone's desire
right, but that's not
to
their
reach
identity.
their full individual autonomy. They want to be a winner.
That's also happened.
Yeah.
Guys that will go be in the girls category for transgender.
Yes,
So
one
just
state.
go out the competition.
I just have this association one state.
Yep.
I think what she needs is, well, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I think she needs to be the best at one sport. And by that, being the best, because it's separate, it's the female and the male. And if that male wants to do the best, what a female's doing, that the male's not doing, I mean, without malicious intent, just kind of just.
And wouldn't your parents, if the parent of an individual who chooses to be of a certain gender, wouldn't they consider that to be a malicious intent? Because
they feel like they're lying to themselves, like as parents of, like if parents from an old age, because I know you said that this concept kind of started to come up within the 60s and 70s. So what about people that were raised in the 30s and 40s that didn't identify as that, and so they believe that their children are doing that in a malicious intent? Like, who are you to determine what's malicious or not?
Right, so to speak to your example first, I think if we put it in perspective, their identity at a particular point, they're not finding their identity in being a female, they're finding their identity in being a woman. Am I correct in saying that? Because they want to win, and so they're saying, oh, I have a higher chance of winning if I can call myself a female and get into the female category. The point is, he or she is not doing that to align themselves with their identity. Their identity is being a winner, but they're using means of deception to achieve their identity. That's cheating. Unless you are truly identify your gender as female because that's your identity, why would we allow them to compete in a group that's not their identity?
What defines what is truly a female or a male?
Themselves.
And that's the difference, is that somebody else decides whether or not you're a winner. It's merit-based. So it's not necessarily up to you whether or not you are a winner. But I think the point is, this is what's up to you. It's up to you what you identify as, regardless of what other people say, agree or disagree. Whereas there's really no debate as to who wins the race or something like that. So yeah, I have a question though. Trace, great presentation as usual. Let me ask you this. I think you're right in saying that this idea of distinguishing between sex and gender, what have you, it is a relatively new thing. It's revolutionary in that way. But the more controversial claim you're making here is this idea about age fluidity. That idea, I think, is actually much older than that, because for a long time people say, age is just a number. I mean, what does that really mean? It means that it doesn't matter how old I am biologically, it's about these other things, how I feel, or what do I identify as. If I identify myself with, I don't know, the kind of person who performs these activities that most people say, well, those are for the youth, well, then you can say that, I have Peter Pan complex or something like that. Or if I identify with activities or I have certain attributes or characteristics that are oftentimes associated with older people, then you hear people saying, oh, he has an old soul or something like that. So I think this idea of age fluidity it's been around longer than we realize. But my thing is this. Age seems to be, and I'm just throwing this out there, it seems to be much more of an anchor point, insofar as you need to actually physically, over the course of time, mature yourself to a certain point, years-wise, where you can then begin to make these autonomous decisions about things like sex and gender and stuff like that. So it's almost like in order to question whether or not age is something that you need to identify as literally or maybe more fluidly, you first have to come of age. You first have to accumulate years. Yeah. So do you think that throws a wrench into it?
I don't see that as throwing a wrench into it, because I think there are individuals who may be, we'll take for instance, individuals who cannot take care of themselves, maybe due to health reasons or a mental disability, at the age of 60, 70, 80, who in their dependence on other people to take care of them are equivalent to an infant, correct? Right, so, and take for instance, alcohol. There are teenagers who can drink more responsibly, even though they're under the age of 21, than individuals who are 40, 50, and who cannot drink responsibly, no matter how hard they try. And so the point is, yes, maybe this individual who can legally drink has the number, but this individual who cannot legally drink has the maturity to do so. And so my point is, for instance, the university I'll attend, restrooms are used off of your gender, not your biological sex. So no matter what your biology is, even if you're clearly biologically female or biologically male, if you identify as a gender that does not correspond with your biological sex, you use the restroom of your gender. In the same way, even though this idea of age fluidity has been around for a long time, ought we to recognize it in such a way that this individual who, yes, is 40, but cannot control the way they drink? Do we bar them from ordering alcohol and allow this 16, 17-year-old who can clearly drink responsibly to act upon their identified age and order alcohol?
What's the measuring stick?
Yeah, so you advocate underage drinking is what I'm.
I'm not advocating, I'm raising the possibility, however. Because, again, this raises the point, like, what's the measuring stick for biology and gender? Okay, like, I think this is a very kind of a taboo stereotype, but I remember when people started changing restrooms to correspond with your gender, there were a lot of people that are like, oh, well, what if this guy says he's clearly biological male, what if he just says he's gender female, but he's actually just a rapist and he wants to use the women's restroom, right? So that was a very real worry when this issue started coming up. Has that been a major issue? Not that I'm aware of. In the same sense, it's like, so I guess what I'm trying to say is like, the measuring stick's very gray, but it was also gray with this whole idea of gender and sex in the bathroom. So I just think, yes, there are lots of difficulties with this proposition, but what if, just like 200 years ago, the idea of gender and sex being disentwined was unheard of? What if our society just hasn't developed to the point where we can see, oh, there's actually multiple facets to age, multiple facets to ethnicity.
And yeah, I'm sympathetic to that. Because I love that you're trying to ground this in the experience, the subjective experience of somebody. So, for example, if somebody is born, anatomically as a male, and that person feels as though they're forced to experience life, in that masculine way, despite feeling more feminine, then that person transitions into a more feminine mode of being, a more feminine identity. That person has two different experiences to draw upon. But the person who's only of a certain age doesn't have a basis for comparison. So if somebody's 14 years old and they say identify as 40, how do they know that? They haven't actually, it's all secondhand knowledge of, well, here's what I've observed the 40-year-olds, and here's what I've gathered from watching television of what a 40-year-old's life is like. So yeah, that sounds like me. That's different from living the life of a man, wanting to be something different, and then transitioning and getting that other experience and saying, yeah, this feels more authentic.
Right, but again, we look at people who are maybe biologically sex male, gender male, who decide, oh, you know what, maybe don't even decide. Like they realize, oh, my gender is female. And they begin to live that way. Well, they've never lived as a female before, but they can still begin to live that way. So I'm not quite sure why if we have a 17, 18-year-old who says, oh, I identify more as 25, 26. Yeah, they haven't lived that way, but neither has someone who's gender male who decides that they're gender female. They haven't lived that way either.
I think it's internally, it's a feeling, if I'm not mistaken. And so it's like, they feel like they have lived almost a dual life, maybe up to that point.
Well, what about kids parenting their parents?
No, that's a good point too. I think that's of a piece of what Trace is saying. Put it this way, let me ask your opinion. Do you think there'd be more people identifying as an age older than what they are, or younger?
Depends how old they are.
That same measuring stick problem comes up.
Yeah, perhaps.
What do you think that it's, with age, there are certain milestones? I mean, I have children, and there's certain milestones that they have to surpass, I feel like that's what you have to do. You have to live a certain age to experience it. Although you might have an older soul, you might be, your maturity level might be better than a 45-year-old man. I feel like there's certain milestones that to.
Do you mean like milestones as in like double digits and 16 you can drive and things like that?
Experiences.
Like it's easy as a young person to like say that you feel like you're an old soul. You feel like you're more experienced than you really are until, like you said, until you've actually experienced that. Like you can't just walk into a company and say, I feel very experienced and like expect a promotion when there's like, experience of real thing.
I think, yes, I think there are definitely experiences that mature someone, but I also think that there's no time limit on experiences. Like, how old do we think, if someone says, oh, I've lost a parent, how old are they usually when they say that?
Probably a little older than somebody who hasn't lost a parent.
Correct, but like, are we thinking that maybe these parents, or these people are in their 50s, 60s when they finally lose a parent, right? I mean, that's kind of, I know for a long time when I was younger, and someone says, oh, my parent died. That's an experience you associate with someone who's 50, 60. I've lost a parent though, and I'm not even 21. I'm 17, by the way. There's the answer. So
Wait, how old are you?
17. So the point is, like, there are experiences that I've gone through that I know plenty of 40 or 50-year-olds have never experienced. So again, it's this idea that the outward must correspond with the inward. And if we're looking for consistency, the outward biological sex does not have to correspond with the inward lived gender. And so my point is, like, how do we know that perhaps this outward biological age must correspond with this lived age?
Well, put it this way. If you had a 40-year-old woman approach a 20-year-old man and say, hey, I know I'm 40, but I feel 20. Let's go back to your place. That's called that's a different situation than if a 12-year-old girl approaches a 20-year-old man and says, I feel like I'm 20 years old, let's go back to your place. Well, because we would say, well, no, you don't, you're too young to say that. So like the age itself will already be the standard by which we judge whether or not they're able to even make this distinction within themselves. You know what I mean?
I hate to interrupt, but we're overdue for Orlando. So,
It's all right.
Are you sure? And guys, if you haven't signed the sign-in sheet, let me know. There are plenty of them over here.
I've been waiting for you so I can ask your parents' perspective. Yeah. No, I've been asking the eyes hard questions for people just to prepare for the hard questions. Next question. Next.
Hello everyone. First I want to start off by saying thank you for everyone for being here to see my presentation. My name is Orlando. My name is Lago. So we just are going to seek to answer this question: what do we owe to society as individuals? Basically, we're just going to be tackling the idea of how society affects us, how we affect society, and just this cycle of influence that is present in today. Technical. Next slide, please. So first, I want to start off by talking about a few of the philosophers that we're going to be referencing. Martin Luther King Jr. He knew a little bit about society because of the time that he came up in, and he faced a lot of adversity in terms of institutions like Jim Crow law and things like that were present, and kind of it determined how he was going to face society and whether or not he was going to leave a legacy and how he was going to essentially influence society.
Then we go on to St. Augustine. St. Augustine, for most of his life, was a sinner, a moral man. It wasn't until the age of 40 that he encountered God. He started reading the Bible, he started being more interactive with God's presence and growing into morality and virtue. And so we use St. Augustine for the reference of human virtue. And then we'll go to Aristotle.
And with Aristotle is basically just we're just going to be referencing how he thinks of the ideas of excellence and virtue and how he kind of sees certain things that are long term in comparison to short term principles. And then Plato.
Plato, we don't really need to talk about Plato. Plato is self-explanatory, it's Plato. So first we are going to talk about determinism. So determinism, it tells us how before we were even born, many of the things that makes us are already set into motion. St. Augustine says it right here that although I do not remember it all myself, I know that when I came into the world, all the comforts which your mercy provides were there waiting for me. And St. Augustine talks about his belief in God and saying that God, for him, already set everything into motion. Before he was born, his environment was predetermined, his childhood was predetermined, his family, his parents, his religion, the type of influence he was going to gain, the education he was going to gain. And so it's asked how much free will do we truly have?
So, back to the test, sorry. And so when you really think about it, I mean, to an extent, a lot of the ideas that already exist today, it's a reaction or an influence to pre-existing ideas. For artists, they're influenced by methods of aesthetics and others to create what they perceive to be as original. For scientists, they learn the fundamentals of what we already know to either prove or disprove certain things. And for others as a whole, just much of our actions stem from something that stimulates us. So this kind of just goes into the idea of determinism as a whole. And so this brings us to the idea of free will. With free will, I kind of like to think about it as a blessing and a curse. And so it's a blessing in the sense that it allows us to think in a much more complex way, and it kind of separates us from our animalistic instincts. It allows us to become conscious, to be self-aware of certain things. And it's a curse in the fact that it also makes us question everything. Being cursed by curiosity. And to this extent, to quote St. Augustine here, he says, "Your law, O God, permits the free flow of curiosity to be stemmed by force." And so basically, this is not a debate of determinism versus free will, but rather a mixture of the two. That we are the certain determined factors sort of shape our free will in a certain way. And so that takes us to the next slide.
And so, on to the next slide. So you see determinism, go back to determinism affects morality, and free will intertwined with morality is what makes a person a person. And like Socrates said in Credos, "For I am and always have been one of those natures who must be guided by reason, whatever the reason may be, which upon reflection appears to me the best. I cannot repudiate my own words."
Things to go back to the previous slide. So the kind of way to just expand on this is just the notion of morality in a way of part of determinism is that it gives us a sense of what is right and wrong. It's kind of a guide for our free will because there's so much farther we can take free will, and so that we can start to distort it. And so if we don't have some kind of basis, some foundation as to what is right and what is wrong, then we will tend to follow along things that we believe to be true, but not necessarily will be true. And so then that kind of brings us into the next slide here. This is the idea of distortion of free will. And the lack of morality, we can develop certain things. And so a part of morality is the idea of empathy. Is that in having an empathy for humanity, we have a certain understanding of each other. And we understand that it is wrong to kill because life is something that is precious to us all. And so with that being the case, we come to this conclusion that it is critical for one to have more morality presence in one's free will. And so when this morality is missing, this gives weight to the idea that you can essentially worship certain things or follow certain things that have no real foundation. And so I quote St. Augustine for this. He says, "The God I worshipped was my own delusion. And if I tried to find a place to rest my burden, there was nothing there to uphold it. It only fell and weighed me down once more so that I was still on my own unhappy prison, unable to live in such a state, yet powerless to escape from it." And essentially what he's saying is that there's certain things that you may follow along, certain things that you may put your hope on that essentially will not it will not provide a foundation for you. Essentially you will be loving things that are empty, putting your passion into things that will, in the long run will not help you out. And so let's to the next slide here.
So we go on to what has the most influence on us, and we go on to say that government and society has the most influence on us, and we see that we can have a negative and a positive effect. So we go on to the positive effects of government and society. We see that the positive influence in things like freedom of religion, freedom of speech, and institutions like the public schools, libraries, financial aid for college, these are all positive things that affect us and us as citizens.
And they positively affect us because they essentially provide us a way of essentially perceiving the world, because how do we perceive the world? Through the means of education, through means of understanding, and so that's why they provide us with that. And so as well as having a positive effect on us, society can have a negative effect on us. And so, just to turn Martin Luther King here says, throughout slavery, the Negro was treated in a very inhuman fashion. He was a thing to be used, not a person to be respected. He was merely personalized, a depersonalized cog in a vast plantation machine. And so here is an instance of how society can negatively affect us. Is that because we had a misguided morality in this sense, we essentially said that, oh, just because of the way you look, just because of your color of your skin, that you are not a person. And so that essentially was an unjust law. And so that is a negative effect that society had on African Americans. And essentially, later on in life, they had a certain mindset that essentially grew along with them. And so that is just another showcase of how it can affect us negatively. And so, it's the next slide. And
so we now know how society affects us, but we gotta ask, how do we affect society? And you see, this is right here in St. Augustine. It says, your punishments for the sins which men commit against themselves, because although they sin against you, they do wrong to their own souls. And their malice is self-betrayed. So basically, St. Augustine is saying that what you do unto others betrays and reflects you, and it comes back into you as a whole. And Prophet Kendrick Lamar says, America is a reflection of me. That's what America is. And so basically, he's saying that America is a reflection, right? And so what we do, what we put into America, comes back into us. And so America is not an intangible thing. America is us. And so what we do to America comes back to us.
And so in that instance as well, it's, we can also use a very naturalistic way to look at things as well. Let's just have a hypothetical situation where we have countries, they have unlimited resources, let's say, or they have funding's not an issue. And they either have the option to choose something like along the lines of renewable or non-renewable resources. And so let's just say oil or solar energy. And so in choosing solar energy, they can get the benefits of the energy in a certain way and without having as many consequences. But if they're choosing oil, what's going to happen? You can have things like pollution, you can have things like oil spills, you can have things like negatively affecting the tectonic plates. And so in that instance, what you're doing is since you're negatively affecting the world will come back and negatively affect you. And so with that being the case, and relating that to man, if you do wrong unto others, others will be more prone to doing wrong unto you. So, next slide, please.
So we gotta ask, how do we positively affect society? And so Aristotle, he gives a good thing about it. It says, good things are commonly divided into three classes: external goods, goods of the soul, and goods of the body. And Aristotle, he goes on to say that goods of the soul is what's most important. For goods of the soul is what's eternal. Goods of the body, it withers away, the body eventually ages, it goes out. External goods, like materialistic things, doesn't really benefit us in the long run. What does it benefit us after death? But goods of the soul, it will be with us eternally. That's going to stay with us after death. And he says, the good of man is an activity of the soul, in conformity with excellence or virtue. And so we gotta pursue that excellence and virtue. It says that if all were to strive towards what is noble and strained, every nerve to do the noblest deeds, everything would be as it should be for the common weal, and everyone would secure for himself the goods that are greatest, since virtue is the greatest of goods. And that's pretty self-explanatory, saying that if we pursue virtue, if we pursue everything that is noble, we will secure for ourselves what is greatest, since virtue is the greatest of goods. That is how we can positively affect society, through our passion, through our interest, and doing what's good to others.
And so in conclusion, we just ask questions. Do we owe it to society to give back in a positive manner? Influence, because society influences us and we influence society, it is best that we seek not only for what can be beneficial for ourselves, but as well as for others. So that in doing so, not only will we have good for us, but we will have a legacy of good for others to look upon. And so this is kind of just a reference to King saying, we are challenged to rise above the narrow confines of our individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of humanity. We must all learn to live together, or we will be forced to die together.
Any questions? Yeah, I'm curious. You cited both Aristotle and Aquinas, and I think that there's a relationship between. Was that passage from the Nicomachean Ethics?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think there's a relationship between Aristotle's theory of the mean, is that what he called it again? And Augustine's, I guess, theory of disordered loves or disordered affections, privation of love. Do you agree? What is your perception on the relationship between those two theories? Theory of the mean and disordered lives or disordered affections?
I'm not necessarily too familiar with this first one you said, so I couldn't give you
So I mean, like Aristotle kind of saying, oh, we have, let's say, money. So we can give too much money away, or we can hoard too much. But you've got to be in the middle. So he's kind of placing these vices and virtues on the same scale, if you will, and it's up to the intensity with which you practice it that makes it a vice or a virtue. Augustine talks about how, for instance, like there's sexual love. That can be good, or it can be too much, as in lust. Or we can have jealousy, like that can be good with a spouse, right? But you can have that too much, and then you can become suspicious and things like that. And so basically, these concepts, these goods, love, things like that, that we can practice too much or too little, a disordered affection, which makes them evil. Do you think there's a relationship between that and the way in which we act in society?
I think to a certain extent, it goes down to the idea of morality, where you have the certain intrinsic values. And I think that's really just dependent on your background, your tradition, as to what you place to be, like how you said it might be too much, too little. And I think that's where you draw the line of intrinsic and absolute, or you could say, I'm saying depending on the individual as to how they recite along with that.
I have a question too. Yeah, again, thanks for an awesome presentation, guys. Let me ask you this, because this is the question that I have had for a long time, especially the last one. Does the individual owe anything to society, or is the individual entitled to certain privileges, certain rights, or liberties from society, as is the function of society to provide? Does that necessarily inherently mean that it's incumbent upon me to go out and give back in a positive manner? Or should that be my decision, whether or not I want to give back positively or whether or not I want to be reclusive? It seems like what you're suggesting here, and I like it, is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying, yeah, we do owe it to society because we are what comprise society, and as a result, you only get what you get, that kind of thing. I wonder if that's not, I wonder if that's because it helps every individual be happy in that way. I guess what I mean is this, and it's kind of a piece with Tracy's question. Maybe the happiest or the most fulfilled life an individual has is one in which he or she is working in concert with people in a society and giving back in the way that you are pursuing your passions moderately. Not over or not too little, in tandem with other like-minded individuals in a way that maybe not necessarily raises all of society, but promotes certain elements of it or aspects of it that most people or some people consider valuable. I guess, do you owe it to yourself to give back to society?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both when you really think about it, because the idea of owing to society, if a lot of the things that you have in a certain fashion might not directly be given to you, but it was sort of set in place for you to grasp. There's certain opportunities out there for you to grasp. So in that sense, not necessarily that you might owe, but it's a bit more virtuous for you to give back to society in that sense. And also, like how you said, is that it would be beneficial for you in that sense as well, because in giving back to society, you might not necessarily right away get something from it, but rather maybe your children, maybe your friends, and so on and so forth. It's the concentration here is not necessarily just in the short term, but rather the long term as well.
Yeah, it's a great response. It sounds like a philosopher named Tocqueville, who was inspired by Aristotle, and believes, the happiest thing a human being can do is to pursue his or her projects with other human beings responsibly, but still ardently. And that sounds to me like giving back to society in a positive way.
So, okay, just a disclaimer, I do not advocate slavery at all. But I want to know what you mean by giving back to society in a positive manner, like what you determine is a positive manner, because as I recall, Puritans were actually the people that essentially started slavery. And the reason why is because their religion was so based on light and dark, good and bad, that they believed that what was morally and ultimately good shined a bright light, and the evil that existed lurked in the dark. So when they were first exposed to people of such dark skin, when their only existence was knowing light-skinned people, they were completely surprised and terrified, and they truly believed that these people were wrought with so much evil that it emitted through their skin. And Puritan's form of purifying an individual was through hard labor. So Puritans actually believed that they were doing a positive thing for society. So, I mean, eventually we learned gaslight or something like that, but I mean, how can you justify what really is the positive manner?
Well, I feel like that's where understanding is so critical. Is that you said it right then and there, is that they believed a certain thing, but does that mean that it's true? Is that they believed based off the color of their skin that they were a certain way, but there was no truth or validity to that. It was simply their rationalization, and that rationalization is something that can be misguided. And so in that sense, they were essentially trying to enforce their own beliefs on other people. And that's not something that's always been a good thing. It's something that you can see as a bad thing, in fact. And so, once again, going back to what you said, it's just, I would say, a lack of understanding on their part. It's to say that just because they believe something to be true doesn't necessarily mean that it was true.
But are you basing positivity through
Understanding,
morality?
positivity through understanding and morality as well.
But they understood morality.
But they didn't understand that there was different cultures that were existing and that they should reside to understand that they can exist different cultures and I can exist as well.
Yeah, so the idea is then that they have a misunderstanding. But, and then Danielle's concern is, well, how do we know that we're not misunderstanding? Yeah. And I think your point is, well, because we're proceeding with caution and we're using evidence and this kind of thing. So, yeah.
Where are you driving that from?
I don't know, my own fantasies. All right, Orlando, man, well, thank you guys.
On our next presenter here?
Yep.
Oh, okay, great.
You can tell I did a paint for them too, so. No, it's fun.
Are these all your students or? Sorry. I only have this sense as to why I wasn't up here. Because I'm one of his best friends. No, that's how you're presenting with you.
Hi, Hong.
Standing up here is my deeper version of myself, because I'm not a person speaking in front of people. So right now, my knees are not easy. All right, before going to my topic, I'd like to talk about myself, like, to talk about being taking a study in terms of philosophy. From my presentation, you will see an argument about exist or not through the point of view of modern people. And to come up with this topic, I was inspired from the material that my professor Nancy taught us in class about the he lived in the 18th century, and he said it was so different since Jericho doesn't believe in the system of self. From the opposite side, I want to demonstrate self exists, and this is changing. However, it's hard to describe what is self and how is self applies. But believe it or not, self exists inside of us. There are two parts I'm talking about. The first one is about Davidson and his spirit of human nature. And the second part is about the system of self. So talking about Davidson, we look back to his context. The 18th century is only age of enlightenment. People were equal to looking for knowledge and freedom, not only in science but also in the world of life, liberation, and the state of society. So at that time, New York was symbol of science, achievement with the law of gravity and motion. Who was influenced by the method of Augustine? It was a science of human nature, which paid attention to a phenomena, not to reflect hypothesis. And he said, as the science of man is the only science of solid foundation for the other sciences. So the only solid foundation we can use to the science itself must be laid on spirit and observation. In other words, who deny uncertainty, think just unprovable, and all things are built on hypothesis. All the content of human minds, the perception divided into impression and ideas. How to discuss? We approach the impression through our sensations, such as hear, taste, or smell. For example, when we listen to music, we are experiencing the music by using the sense of hearing. Our memory will record it, and then the idea will come up by calling that experience. So the point is no impression, no idea. According to Bruce, the impression comes first, and the idea comes later. One more element say there is musical connection between the different thoughts or ideas of the mind, and that in their appearance to the memory and imagination, they introduce each other with a certain degree of their thought and regularity. He said the rich mental life characteristics of humans is by the principle of association of ideas, which include the resemblance, continuity, and cause and effect. Outside of this principle, we conceive the matters of us as the way it is. For example, the sun will rise tomorrow. We cannot think the sun will not rise tomorrow because it's contradictory to reality. And since we cannot give any evidence to prove this, if we go against it, this will be built on hypothesis, and maybe it's even probable. And remember the rule of the two. So we just been through the context and the principle of science and of human nature, which is pay attention to phenomenon, not to hypothesis. And I can say Hope is a rational thinker. He believes in what he can see through the impression and variety of perceptions. So what do you think when whom there is no such a self? Because none of us can define self without talking about perception, idea, feelings, and emotions. In fact, it's impossible to have a correct answer for self-esteem or not, because it depends on the belief of each person. For whom they say self is substance, self is a substance thing, and they are not thing but a number of different perceptions. And who believes self is unchangeable to have? In my opinion, I do believe in the system of self. And self is shaped by time, life, condition, and experience. My current perception different from my 10 years perception. And my goals and my interests are not as same as I was 20 years old. Always changing. That's why we go to school to learn and develop every day. We do a mistake and we learn from a mistake. We are never as same as ourselves at some point. Unlike whom, Descartes, philosophers of 17th century, believe mind and body are distinct. I will look here at the thoughts that occur to me spontaneously and naturally when I reflected on what I was. The first thought to occur to me was that I have face, hands, arms, and all the other equipment which I call my body. The next thought to occur to me was that I take nourishment, move myself around, sense and think that I do things which actually reach my soul. In other words, mind and body are two in one. Mind approaches the world through the senses of body, and body does work through the operation of mind. So mind does exist. One more example to show how I was going back on the act of the body, of the body. One day you want to lose weight. The reason may come from your mind's perception that your body is getting fat, or you want your body to look good. Therefore, you get started on a diet. Is it hard at first? So yeah, it's really hard. Your body just wants to get used to it. But your cell says, no, you are on diet. Or if your cell is weak, you may agree with your body that, okay, you can eat just for today. So in this second part, you have seen two different thoughts related to the existence of self, with whom there is no self. In contrast, because in the cell and body is distinct, so that's why cell doesn't exist. As I said in the beginning, I say that here is my different person. So, and that's what I mean to demonstrate self exists. Each of us, even believe or not believe, just if you think you can do it, just do it. Encourage yourself and let your body act.
Any questions? Yeah, thank you for that. I think you gave Hugo run for his money there. This idea that he comes up with that, or rather concludes that there is no such thing as a self, because you cannot prove that it's the same person who's experiencing things from one moment to the next. I think you provide us some helpful examples, really straightforward examples that are like, well, then how can you account for this? So it seems like you side with Descartes. You say, well, no, there is a spiritual, immaterial aspect of the self that sort of endures throughout time. And I think that ultimately this philosophy in the West agrees with you. They tend to say you went a little too far, and they draw upon examples that you yourself have discovered. But let me ask you this. Do you think that, if you were to experience something 10 years from now, and all the conditions were similar to the experience you had maybe 10 years prior, so you're in the same building, there's the same people who always work there, there's the same posters, it feels like you've been there before because you have. But yeah, deja vu or nostalgia, but the experience itself is still different. But it's different precisely because you have that basis for comparison. And I think that's kind of what you're getting at here. Is that there has to be some sort of underlying permanent sense of self on some level, because that is how you, again, form a personal identity. And I think your example of bringing that to light, I think, thinking of identity formation, the self-formation as a narrative, as taking on these sort of narrative structures that are inherent in that role, I think they also do. So yeah, I agree. Do you think Mr. Bean will be the same Mr. Bean after he goes off the island? I mean,
I don't think he does.
actually,
This is short.
Oh, is that what happened? So there you go. I think that's a nice corrective to what we're learning about in class.
Yeah.
Anybody else? All right, well, thank you very much. I'm the bring the closer.
Why do I have to be the best or not? I'm kidding.
Round of applause for Gabby, who's been, You did good.
You gave her no purpose. You took a break just longer. I didn't take a break. No.
You didn't get your. Yeah, it's been a bit of a time bar, but yeah.
That's your professor with their sign-in sheets.
But it's been worth it, especially.
Actually, I don't want extra credit. I'll just take full credit.
That's been my biggest motivation is actually getting the perspective of the post-millennial and letting that sort of drive some of those new perceptions. Not totally unlike what she was talking about, but that's been a lot of what I've been bringing back to the discussion boards we've been having, because it gives me these guys in person to frame who I'm likely talking to in a lot of those groups based on some of the descriptions they're giving. So having that perspective has helped a lot.
Thanks for coming. And also drop your time. Are you doing the radio show on Thursday?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm actually just waiting.
I
haven't read it yet, so
Okay.
I don't even remember what the topics were.
Okay.
Does everybody use PowerPoint? I know there's somewhere you go.
He has this like
See if we have to cancel.
Yeah, we're right.
It says about a thing.
So he was discussing, when you look and
Oh, is that where it? Okay.
Oh, guys, if I have to cancel.
I literally thought it was very interesting. He's traveling. Yeah.
If you don't mind my asking, are you from here? If you don't mind my asking, are you from here?
Yes.
You've thrown some things in some of our emails that were more not native U.S. colloquialisms that I picked up on. Oh, not to be sorry about it, just I picked up on it because I grew up around them. My mother was Irish. So I'm used to hearing certain things and reading certain things, and I don't expect those as much here.
Yeah.
So
You haven't signed the contract, but I'll so see, I'm not committed, and I'm here.
Can I start? All right, good. No one's paying attention. Great. Okay. That's right. I am a journalist, so I'm a storyteller. So I'm gonna tell a little bit of my experience with Buddhism and philosophy and how I realized how they're really connected and have this good connection, which for a lot of people is obvious. No, it's okay. Let me talk. But for me, I thought it was so different thing. But then once I entered the Buddhism world, I found out they are actually connected. So the agenda is just my first impression of philosophy. I'm going to tell a little quick story. Please don't get offended. And then I'm going to explain a little bit about what Buddhism is and what do they teach and how they're connected. And that's how we call philosophy of life. So my first lesson in philosophy, which I learned it only now, but it happened years ago, is that I take philosophy for granted. Back in philosophy, high school, when I first had it, I hated the class. I literally hated it. And the only memory I have from there's two, but the most memory I have from my philosophy class was asking my professor if he could excuse me so I could watch Kate and William's wedding. Because it was on in the middle of the class. I mean, you know, like I said,
very, very important event.
You know, once in a lifetime. So I said, "Excuse me, professor," and he allowed me. I actually watched the wedding in philosophy class. Don't get offended. It was more important for me back then.
Wow.
But anyway, that's the thing. First lesson I had, it started 10 years ago, and right now I said it. I confess. I take philosophy for granted. So another storytelling is I had a lot of problems. I am a person that has 100 thoughts in my mind at the same time. So I was talking to my friend, and he's like, "Ali, you need to meditate." And I'm like, "No, this is for people who I like hippie and stuff. I'm not this person." And he's like, "Well, you should try it." And then in the same way, another friend said the same thing. "Have you tried meditation? I think you need it." I'm like, I guess it's a sign. Should I really go to this? So the first friend, he said, for you to meditate, it really works with you. You need to understand where it came from and the story behind it. And then I said, "Okay, teach me then." And he's like, "Okay, here's the book, here's a movie, go watch it," and a lot of videos. So I did a lot of research. So meditation, I started meditating, and honestly, it doesn't work really well with me. There's different kind of meditations, still working on it. But it taught me a lot. Anyway, so I went to learn about Buddhism. So at first I thought Buddhism is a religion. I grew up in a Catholic house. Thinking about going to a different religion, they would be like, "Wow, traitor." And at first I was like, "No, I'm not going to this way." And then someone said, "Ali, Buddhism is not actually a religion." A lot of people do consider it as a religion, but we call it as a philosophy of life. So today I say I'm a Christian, but I'm a Buddhist, because Buddhism is way more than going to a church. It's so ironic. We go to the church, we see people praying, and then they leave the church and they do gossip. So religion is another philosophy thing. It's a philosophy topic. What is actual religion? What is religion to you? Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't count if you go to church and you pray and say, "Forgive me, God," or whatever, and say, "I love God," and everything, and then you just dismiss someone just because they're different. So religions for me changed their idea of what religion is, and it all came from Buddhism. So karma. Buddhism teaches a lot, and one of the main things they focus is karma. Karma is the action of action and reaction. What you do, you get it back. It's not exactly the same thing, but the concept of what you do, if you do good, you're gonna get good. It's not in the same. It's not as more or less as what you do. So what you plant, you collect. This is all is what I say. I'm giving you more, a little bit of what is all of this is about, because I'm not professional. I'm just sharing what I learned. And karma is actually true. And I keep saying karma is a flower, because I should not say that word. because it actually is true. I once I entered this Buddhism and understand, because I related more to Buddhism than meditation. It works more, the way I chose to focus on my life works more than my meditation. Buddhism teaches you how to be a good person. It's not asking, for example, when I give you an example of karma, they try to focus on the positive thing than the negative thing. I used to be really grumpy. I used to be like, oh, everything bad happens to me. So yesterday, it was my birthday celebration, and it was raining. Thank you. Anyway, and it was raining, and a lot of people started canceling on me. And 2 years ago, I'll be like, damn it, everyone hates me. The world hates me. Everything's failing. And today, if I see rain, I'm like, good for the grass, good for the plants, good for the trees. So it changed the way I feel the word, it changed the way I view everything. So I'm gonna, now, everything I'm gonna say, what I learned, or what Buddhism made me think about philosophy, and think about what it does to us. Go to the next one. So Buddhism gives us, make more questions. I keep saying that Buddha doesn't give you answers, he make you question. So I started questioning, who am I? What is my purpose? What am I doing here? What did I learn? This happened to me. Why did it happen to me? What did I did to receive this? Is this a karma, or is this my action now will have a karma later? Is this right? So all those questions, and then I realized philosophy actually makes you do the same kind of questions. And then I started noticing, Buddhism can teach you how to be peaceful, how to find peace in yourself, these little things, how to see the good things about the other sides, look at the world in a different way. And I'm like, philosophy does that again. It's like, okay, I guess I was wrong about philosophy. I should have paid attention to that class that day and I watched the wedding. Oh, I actually don't regret
Wait,
it.
he actually excused you?
He excused me. Me and my girls watching the clown in the class. And I don't regret it because the wedding happened once and philosophy still be yourself. Don't get me wrong, please. So all the question is, what is your truth? And this is a question that I feel like I see a lot in philosophy, because whenever I think I know everything, then I realize, no, I don't know anything. What is the truth? What is my truth? And my truth is different from your truth, is different from his truth. So those are the questions that Buddhism makes you think about it. Like, what are your values? I thought my values, so one thing is, when I was in Brazil, I love to say this. When I was in Brazil, I was Ali. And I studied in a school with a lot of rich people, and I thought, oh, they are privileged people. And then I realized, I started opening my eyes, and I'm like, I am so privileged. I am considered white there, and I have so many more benefits than life just because I'm white, more privileged compared to a lot of people there. And I thought I was the only one who was suffering. And I actually was in a good situation. Like, being here in the United States on campus, on college, it was really hard for me. But compared to someone who can barely go to school in Brazil, I feel grateful. And this is another thing that you learn. But just to teach you how to be grateful. It's part of the karma cycle too. It makes you question who you are, who you want to be, things you have done and things you're going to do. It makes you wonder, think it twice before you do it. And I feel like philosophy does the same thing. A lot of things that we read, like gives you another view of like, oh, okay. Because we always think there's only two sides, but it's actually, philosophy teaches there are a lot of different sides, different angles. So there's another connection I see between them. Good. Okay, so what I would say is, with everything I learned, I became a better person. And whenever you open your eyes, open your mind, open your heart, you become a better person. And philosophy does that too. It makes you open your mind and see all the things, see all the world. So both of them has this also connection because they also make you better. So here it is. I took philosophy for granted. You know what?
how do I call this? Or to the next one. Karma. So yeah, I once said philosophy wasn't worth of my time because I'd rather watch a wedding. But guess who is spending all my time studying philosophy now? So it's okay, it's a circle of life. We have to learn, we have to be humble enough to understand that we don't know a lot. And then I decided to do like a little research and said, how are they really, really connected? And then, go to the next slide. I did like I don't know, I might be wrong, but like what I found out, this first philosopher, Socrates, he's considered the first philosopher, and he was born in 624 before Christ, in Turkey. Buddha, before he became Buddha, he was called Siddhartha Gautama. And he was also born in 600, and actually it's 23rd before Christ. So isn't that ironic? Even though they do not, and he was born in Nepal, they were born in different places. There wasn't internet so they could have conversations or, books or anything. Ironically or not, they started almost the same time. Siddhartha became Buddha in 544 before Christ. This is when, and then do you know another thing that's amazing? So for him to become Buddha, he started meditating for days and days and days. And this meditation, he reached the highest point of meditation you can ever get, which is called Nirvana. And then once he reached Nirvana, he became Buddha. And then, do you know how we call this movement from meditation to Buddha? Enlightenment. What else talk about enlightenment? Isn't that philosophy? Okay, I guess it is. I think I'm done. Let me see, I don't remember. Okay, so yeah, I can't say for sure how they are connected in like I said, I just gave you data, just gave you some information about each. But all I can say is Buddhism start with enlightenment. So isn't that funny that a lot of the philosophers refer to enlightenment too? So that's it. I guess that's it. I don't remember. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, let's think. Sorry, I changed last thing. So one thing that Buddha always teach you is to be grounded and to be I forgot the word now. I already said it today. Anyway, so be humble to say I don't know a lot, and I'm open to learn. And at the same time, like I said, he doesn't give you answers, he gives you questions. It's because we actually don't know anything. So I also compared to Socrates' most famous phrase, I know that I know nothing. Because this is something I always, whenever people ask me, I'm like, honestly, I don't know. Let's find out together. So that's how I like to finish, but I think now this one. Yeah, so anyway, thank you. I do concerts on Saturday.
Hey. Any questions or comments for Alan?
Wow, thank you.
I have a question. When you say that it's great to be humble and all, but how does one become a master? And if they want to teach somebody, if they have that kind of standpoint, like Professor Manzi had that standpoint, how would he be credible to teach us the subject that he's mastered? So in those terms, that's my question. That if you have that kind of approach to learning, it's good at the beginning, but once you reach a certain level of mastery or a certain level of knowledge, wouldn't that be a problem where you keep telling yourself I know nothing, and yet you have this vast knowledge of this vast reserve of knowledge, you denying yourself that?
Yeah. So this I know nothing is more like Socrates is. What we say is not that I know nothing. It's like I always open to learn more. So right now, I forgot his name. We have like a Buddha of our time right now, and he's always teaching. No, I forgot his name. I feel so bad right now. I'm on Twitter. I totally forgot. Anyway, so we have more than one. When they reach like the most enlightenment that we call it, when they reach almost like nirvana, he became someone who, like for example, I go to him when I feel a bad day. Some for some reason, he always knows what to say at the same time on Twitter. I love Twitter, it's an easy way. But,
Wow, these amplifiers was me. We want to be in line too.
Google it.
I'm sorry, I just focused on somewhere else. But, guy, he's famous. Just a moment.
Is Dalai Lama what you're thinking of?
No, but he
Is Brad Pitt?
Yes. How do you know? Anyway, I totally forgot. I feel so bad. Anyway, but yeah, so when you reach the enlightenment, he can give you help. But he will never say, I know everything. That's the thing. He doesn't say, I know nothing, and I don't know anything. I was learning.
The term is guru?
Yeah, guru, yes.
So are Buddhists the ones that believe in reincarnation?
Yeah. So it relates to karma. So they believe, for example, in this life, whatever you're living, whatever you go through, is trying to teach you something. And if you don't learn, once you learn, you progress in life and your spirit life. So if you don't learn, things are going to continue to happen. If your life is over here, next life you're going through the same kind of cycle until you learn, and then you progress. Once you learn everything like you're supposed to do, you're free.
Okay, so I have a really deep and really deep question that I actually ask myself all the time. Would you believe that because Buddhism is reincarnation, could you argue that we are truly just one soul, one being, and we are being reincarnated as several other individuals at different points in time in order to become omnipotent, in order to go into nirvana? Is my soul essentially your soul at a different time, in a different aspect in order to learn? So are we all just one soul learning to be all-knowing?
First of all, that's really good. But I don't think there's only one soul, but it's just what you believe. For me, going to this incarnation thing, I'm going slowly because I came from, like I said, a Christian Catholic, and we don't believe in this at all. And now that I'm opening my mind, I'm like, wait a minute, it all makes sense. So I do believe that I had different lives, and I do understand a lot of things in my life, but I don't know about, I cannot say for sure, I will never say that for sure, about all of us being one soul, but I do believe that we do it.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. So the idea, and it's of a piece with she's gone. The student presented on Hume, this idea of is there such a thing as a self? Well, again, the Buddha I think believes not. Insofar as there is some. Oh, there you are. I didn't see you. Oh my God, I looked right past you. Yeah. And so, do you remember we talked about Buddhism?
Manzi, have you met your own student?
I'm Professor Manzi's, that's me. So does this sound familiar, like with regards to what we were looking at? Because again, Buddha believes that there is no individual self as well. That he believes in something called self-abnegation, which is again when you meditate, what is happening is your individual identity dissolves the illusion that it always was, and what takes its place is this idea of you're connected with everything. So there is no individuation at all. It's one whole connected. And also, I want to build on something you said in response to your question. And I think your slides get at this beautifully. That when you develop a mastery over something, when you develop as you said, a deep reservoir of knowledge. What's so interesting about philosophy, especially the Socrates example, is that.
I know my phone just to check his name.
Okay. But the idea here is that the
no, I will not. Sorry.
More you. Hey, listen.
That's what he said. I'm sorry. I did not hear that. I'm sorry. I heard something else.
Is that the more you learn, the more humble you actually become. So it's not as though the more you learn, the more of an ego you get because you feel especially confident in something because you know a lot about it. It's almost the opposite. The more you know, the more you realize how much there is to know and how there really are nothing but questions. So it's an interesting sort of dynamic, but again, the deeper you go, the more of a master probably you become. Also, the more humble. So I think this
Spring 2019 DCCC Philosophy Undergraduate Student Conference hosted by Richland College. Thanks to those who came. This was a wonderful 4-hour event, and I look forward to doing it again in the fall. Thanks, guys. Take care. Yes, and also announcement, the final installment in the Philosophy and Film series has been moved from today to next Wednesday. So give you guys a break after this 4-hour deal. Next Wednesday, Wichita Hall, 1:15, it's the Old Planetarium. We'll be showing 4 short films, PHOUR, short PHILMS. And yeah, feel free to even stay for one if you have to, or if you can stay for them all, that's great. We'll do film discussion. I think the first film is 9 minutes, the second is 13, the third is 22, the fourth is 31. It's going to be from 3:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. All right, thanks guys. Take care.